Zombie people. Here we are. Sorry, you know, I had it all loaded up and then it started messing with me here and didn't want to load up. So then I have an AMD graphics processor and I ran over to, I went over to my AMD settings and I noticed all my AMD settings had changed. And anyway, we're now trying to load it up again. Um, I have heard people say that, what is it? Intel based GPUs tend to do better. I think I'm saying that right. Than the AMD ones. Is it Intel and AMD? I forget what I'm saying right now. Either way, there's the GeForce or whatever, and then basically two major companies that make graphics processors. So anyway, here we are. We are Vita Berry. We're jumping back in. He's in Fallas Lake. It's 8:40 a.m., so it should be light out. Now let's just review his weapon situation. He's got a tire iron in pretty bad condition, an aerosol bomb, and he does have some loot on him that I need to drop. Shit, that's right. So I need to find my vehicle should be back this way. I don't know what we're gonna walk out into here, so let's just take it. Oops, take it slow. Make sure he's got water before we leave. And let's go try to figure this out. So we need a vehicle to put stuff in. We have our vehicle down here, but it's full. So let's go see where we're at. We've got this store to loot. We've also got the farm supply store down here, which should have some guns and ammo in it. So we'll try to hit these. Just trying to still clear in this area and wanting to loot all this. What we need is at least, gosh, it's a little chunky right now for me. What we need is a second vehicle. Um, wasn't there a pink? Did I ever look at that pink van? Was that down here? I'm gonna try to stay nice and quiet here. Damn it, there was like a pink van, I thought. That's our blue pickup there, but now I forget where we left the pink Miata, the pink sedan. I think there's a big pink box van down here somewhere. Still a few zombies right here. Where did I see that pink van? That little blue truck is nice, but I don't really need another truck. I'm not trying to just collect all the cars I see. I'm trying to get sort of a specific lineup of a specific elite vehicle lineup. I swear there was a pink van. There's this black one, but there's a black one down here. Is the pink van over here, maybe? Let's go look. There's some kind of rat there. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Here's the pink van. I don't think, or did I take a look at this one? Let's go look. I don't mind the color so much. It's really more about the engine and the quality of them. All right, let's see if we can get over to this. heard one over here, so let's just whatever. Let's just take a look at the engine, because at this point, it's really the engine that I'm looking at that is gonna. Yeah, it's only 242 horsepower. These aren't terrible when they have low horsepower, um, because you can still use them for things. But ideally, I'd like to be getting one. I've already got some of these that have pretty good horsepower and in really good shape. So there's a big group there. Well, did any of these? I could try to take one of these and drive around town again. That's almost my best method right now because I'm just trying to find the best vehicle I can find. Let's pick the one. Let's see about this one. Kind of like the black color. Let's go. Let's go look at these two. If we can just get in one of these and drive it, we might just do that. There's a key ring right here. All right. You know what? We're gonna drive this station wagon around for a little bit, and we're just scoping town. Let me actually. Let's go down this way a little bit. I haven't really been down here yet. Did I ever go? So I went down to here. Fallas Lake is not a real big town, so I just wanted to look around town. We've got this black one, but that's also low horsepower. Did I go all the way to the end of the street here? Probably. Let's just kind of dip around, see what we got here. Yeah, I don't really see much back there. I already picked up a generator, and I've already got like 3 or 4 generators at home. I think I've got at least, I think I've got 4 generators at home. So, not really worried about generators. Does this just go? Oh, this just goes all the way out of town now, doesn't it? So I don't think we want to go down that way. I'm not hearing any cattle. Well, let's go back this way. I forget what the horsepower was. So that other one was 240. Did we ever find a key for this one? I don't think we did. Was this one higher horsepower, at least? We've also got, there was 2 other ones. Yeah, this is the same horsepower. I want to say those 2 other ones were higher horsepower. You're going to tend to find those more in like commercial or industrial areas. Let's just keep since we've got about a quarter tank here, we should be able to. Now there was still a pretty good group up this way, I think. Or did we kind of disperse them at least? Did I look all the way down here? I think I looked at all this. There wasn't a car like hiding back here, was there? No. All right. I really just want the best van I can come back with, preferably a step van or something along those lines, or one of those like specialty vehicles. I don't really need another pickup. I think maybe there was still a bunch of, yeah, here's where I was. There's a bunch of zombies back that way yet. So let's dip around. I think there's quite a few down here too, but Just trying to get a feel. I wouldn't. I mean, I've got a lot of sports cars too, actually. There's not a lot of good vans in town. I've got two of them that I like, but they're only 240 horsepower. Let's swing back around. I mean, this is. Wasn't there a couple over here too? There's an ambulance there. I don't have an ambulance, do I? But I didn't. I never found the key for that one. Oh, there's my Pignala I was doing the same thing with here. So you got that. I could go out of town a little ways. There is that ambulance, and in theory, we could take just the black dart. I don't. That's one thing I don't have a lot of is the standard vehicles. Actually, what do I have? Just a Horizon, and let's go look at this black dart again. This would be an option. Actually, both of these would be an option. Hmm, let's see which ones we got. I want to say I have a Black Horizon, but not. I don't think I have a Dart at all. Where's the Al's Auto Shop? Uh-oh. 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 Yeah, I don't think I'd found keys for either one of these, had I? Could be inside. Well, yeah, no key in there. No key in there. Let's shut this off. Let's just shut it off and see if there's maybe. Barbecue sauce. Well, that is the first time I have seen barbecue sauce in this playthrough. So we're grabbing it. Seems rare. More barbecue sauce. I mean, hey, could be the kind of thing that makes a lot of different foods a little bit better. Sometimes you'll find vehicle keys in here. Just like ketchup, I suppose. Well, yeah, all the food's bad. Bunch of bad food. We'll get him water. Maybe eat what we've got. Do we have? Let's eat half of this can of oats, I guess. I assume there's a way to like cook the oats, right? I mean, it just says fresh. It doesn't say better, better hot. Does it? I assume there's a way to cook these. Maybe they're better for you. I don't know. So, hmm. Well, the keys are not always the easiest part to find. I could try to forage real quick. Oh, key ring. Hold on. Keyring rubber duck. What do we got here? Oops. Keyring rubber ducky. Chevalier dart. You know what? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe I have a dart yet. Do I? I do actually. Oh, here's that one. Oh, you know what? There was that other zombie too. I just remembered. Where was that? He looked like a survivor zombie. I'll tell you what we're gonna do. Here's what we're doing. We're taking this duffel bag. Well, no, we're not taking the duffel bag. This is what we're doing. Remember, I have so many duffel bags. We're taking this dart because I do actually like the darts. We're gonna here. We got the key for this dart. Yeah, so we're taking it. I actually want this Al's Auto Shop flyer. The paper clips are actually good for. You can make apparently a fishing hook out of a paper clip. Uh, I don't think that's actually true in real life, but we're gonna roll. We're gonna roll with that whole thought. I am gonna keep the paper clip, although you know what? Whatever. I've got a whole box of fishing hooks, so not too worried about that. I'm just gonna move everything to the floor here, and then you know what? Let's do this first. Before we organize anything and get too serious here, let's make sure we left the key. Yeah, key should be in the station wagon, right? Yeah, and we have the key for the dart. This is my favorite color in the game because partly because I'm so used to playing multiplayer, and I was always like, I want the black one. Like, I don't care what it is, give me the black one because I don't want you people to see me. You people are crazy. I don't want you to see me. I don't want you to mess with my car. I'd rather have you just not see it coming. Okay, so there was. Now, where was that zombie? Was he on this back corner? There's just one zombie body back here. It's not here, but you see, here's one of the things I love about these darts is they're so maneuverable, super small, super maneuverable. You can get in about anywhere. They're really quiet. This is actually a really, really good car. So we might end up just taking this one here. I would like to just kind of get the good loot out of town that I need. Oh, was he back this way? I think he is. So hold on here. We're gonna try to slide in here. This is a really quiet car, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna try to slide back here and just kind of hide. Hopefully they don't see me. I want to make sure this key is on my key ring. All right. So this is my dart. Let's remember I'm parked right here. I could put some stuff down now. Let's see how this goes. Did they follow me? So there's one down this way and then that one. So I want to say it's right back here. I remember running him over and I'm almost positive we killed him right back here and he looked like he had some type of like either a big hiking backpack or something. Oh, that was a little glitchy. All right, this house looks. You know what? You know what else I want to do? While we're here, it's good to sometimes at least open some of this up. Ah, shit. Well, come on. There we go. All right, good. You know what? Actually, get that completely open. There could be some really good weapons in there, so that's why I like to get some of those open. Come on. Ah, jerk. All right, there's some. Well, I didn't necessarily want to fight all of these guys, but I guess that's what we're gonna do here. I do want to clear this immediate area a little bit, so let's just start here. See if we can open this. Come on. There we go. Still got quite a few back here. I don't really want to fire any guns back here. There's just one zombie body I want to get back to here, just to take a look. Let's draw them out. Shit. So let's just draw them out here and fight them around here. That one had a riding helmet. Oh shit. Alright, well, that's part of why I wanted to. I don't have much else. Part of why I wanted to get into that little shed there. I don't really have much else for freaking weapons on me here. Let's see a tree branch. So let me just try to lose them for now. If I can get back to my car, we can at least get out of there. Here's a little shed too. There could be a melee weapon in here for me. Let me pop in here. I just need another long blunt, ideally. I just heard one. Whatever. Plank. Oh shit! Jesus. Well, there's a plank in there, but that's not a great melee weapon. Scared the shit out of me there, actually. I'm gonna go here. I don't want him to break that window. I like these little sheds. So let me just push you down. Well, I suppose I could just grab a plank for now. Or nah, I don't like the small handle. This is at least a long blunt. They break really quickly though, so let's try to get something else. I want to get over here. There's my car. I didn't quite loot this. Is there a bunch of zombies in this house? Jesus, guys. Yeah, let's get over here. Shit, they're gonna break the hell out of that house. There's really not much in there. Damn it. Yeah, they're gonna break the shit out of all this. Well, where I wanted to get was back here. I'm not so worried about that house. Let's try to. Oop, come on. Might be a bad idea, but yeah, I think he's right back here though. Oh, we got twins. We got twin zombies right here. Oh shit. think this is actually the body I'm thinking of right there. He's right there. So I don't want to push it though. We're kind of surrounded here. Shit. So we're gonna try to. I just want that one body, really. So we're gonna fight our way back this way, back the way we came. Come on. Hate that when they're like on the ground and you go to stomp on them, but it hasn't quite registered that they're on the ground yet. Come on. Yeah, yeah, there we go. So there's one more there. Now let's run out this way. He's pretty tired. So I saw the body there that I'm looking for. I just need to get him a little rest here and keep him away from this area. I think we'll be good. He's sweaty. He's very uncomfortable. He's not doing super great right now, but he should be fine if I can just get him a little bit of rest right around here. This plank is probably going to break soon. He's real tired. Shit. All right, let's walk it off. Let's walk it off. Um, he's real tired. I'm gonna try to run him through here. Shit. I just want to lose these guys right now. Maybe I'll go up this way. Shit. I feel like I'm going just deeper into the forest now, though. I want to get. Damn it. Yeah, let's just keep going. This might be a bad idea, but yeah, here we go. This. Shit, now I hear some more. Come on, my guy. Come on. He's got this. He's got this. I just want a little clear spot where you can sit down somewhere. Go sit down by the slate. I think you'll be good. All right. We'll let him rest. We'll swing back around, and he should be good. I did pick up a tree branch as another weapon, so wasn't really able to get into those buildings very well and get a decent weapon. I still hear one coming. Yeah, there's one right there. All right. Let's try to just lose them out here. He's over encumbered right now, so he's. You know what I need to do is put some stuff down in the dart at this point. I forgot he's still carrying a window, which is like 10 kilos basically. It's a lot of encumbrance. Muy encumbrancio. Oh god damn it, you guys. You guys just don't like to leave me alone very much, do you? Let's try to jet through here. Oh Lord Almighty, he's falling down. He's falling down, folks. Let's just hope he didn't drop anything important there. Let's try to jet through here. Oh, I hate going through the forest when you can hear them. Like you know they're there, and it's really just a matter. It's a matter of time until you either run into one or fall down or get scratched or something. All right, so here's the white dart. Now, where are we? Oh, right. Okay. Is he tired? He's a little tired. Okay, we're really close to where we're trying to get to. I like that little black dart, even though I was looking for a van for a long time. We may end up just loading up that dart with what we've got. Here, let's try to kill this one. Leather coat. All right, let's just try to smooth in now. Hopefully, we got some of them away from here, and we can just kill what's left. He's still tired. Son of a bitch. Come on. And those ground ones are more of a pain in the ass than they should be sometimes. So there's that body right there. All I really wanted here. There are a couple still following me back here. Alright, let's just go take a look at this zombie while we've got it clear. Since this is what we came for right here. It's this guy. Let's see what's he got. Look at cheap sleeping bag, fanny pack, nothing in it. Hiking backpack is what I was seeing. So let's grab that. Is that it? Just a hiking backpack? Well, I'm gonna grab this anyway, even though I don't think I need that. But all right, well, all right. That's really. I thought he might have more on him. He did have a sleeping bag that he was wearing, and that's all these crawlers. Tell you what, let's just get out of here. He needs to put stuff down. I don't want to kill Barry. I just lost Jill on my other run last night in sort of a similar environment, running through the forest. Did I ever check in here? I think I did. Yeah. All right, let's get over to my car. Where's my car? There it is. Now, what I want to be able to do is put some shit down here before I fight much. So let me just jump in here. This is all I came back up here for. So let's get out of here and just get to a little bit of a chill spot where I can just transfer some inventory real quick. I think what I want to do. Yeah, I'm kind of stirring them up now, and they're breaking everything. I think what I want to do, let's go down by the gas station and just see, because this is pretty low on gas. I do have a generator with me, so maybe that's what we could do is fill these up with gas. Was that the turn? Here, let's do this. Is it this one? Here we go. So here's our gas station. Pretty sure this fills on, wait, driver's side. Here, I'd rather do it like right here. Right. Now let's try like this. So we do have a generator in the blue pickup. Um, that can stay there. Tell you what. Excuse me. I'm gonna run back and grab. Well, let's put our stuff down in here. The blue pickup is full. Shit, what am I doing here? Maybe I should drive this down to the blue pickup, tow it back. Let's put down some heavy shit in here first. Because I've still got this wooden window. I've got the Cook Show episode 2. Look at all this stuff I got in here. Steel bar half is a good weapon, or well, it's a weapon. We will say that it is a weapon. I've got a full lighter. Really? I got a map of West Point, and I also have Al's Auto Shop. I like those maps in these settings because it actually does reveal like new parts of the map that I haven't been to, and that sort of jives with reality a little bit. I kind of like how it reveals part of the map when you find one. I dig it. I dig it. We can fill up that water. Let's just drop. I did find a box of sparklers. You know, I remember now seeing some aluminum foil around here too, which you can use to make. Oh, there's some food in here. There's a bandage. All right, so we got another hiking backpack. That does help for looting a little bit, just to have like a. Sometimes you want to separate your stuff out. Um, what is it? It's September 25th. Can't remember if I had. What is he wearing for a jacket right now? I don't think he does. He even. Oh, he's got a. Oh, he's got the poncho on. So I think I was wearing the leather jacket before, and then yeah, yeah. And then the firefighter jacket is for colder weather. Actually, I probably have a lighter in here too, don't I? Yeah. Okay, so we still have one aerosol bomb on us. I probably don't need to carry that around, but I'm going to for the moment. Let's put the tree branch. This plank will probably break real soon, so let's just use these. I have other melee weapons in my truck, but for now he's fine. Let's do this. Let's drive this down to the pickup. We'll hook it up. The pickup should pull this dart really nice. I do actually really like these darts. They're so small and maneuverable and quick. You can get in, get out fast. You're really quiet. It's like the quietest vehicle in the game. So these are actually real good vehicles to have. I have a Horizon. I have my little black Horizon, which is kind of how I roll. The only other real options I saw here were these other two vans down here. So let's just think about this a little bit. Hey, J Maxon. Hey, how's it going, buddy? My most loyal viewer. I dig it, man. Honestly, I don't have many of you. I'd like to duplicate you like the cows were doing in the game. Uh, J Max says, "Hey, oh, how's it going?" You know, so I found this dart. Help me decide, man. I value your opinion greatly. You actually offer some of the best opinions in Zomboid. I'm just gonna say it, man. Uh, if you want a strong opinion on what you should do in your playthrough in Zomboid, from a guy who's been there, done that, talk to J Mac. That's all I'm saying. He's actually, I think he's got a lot more experience in game than I do. Which I'm not trying to say like whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is J Mac is the man. I am merely living in J Mac's world. J Mac says, "Well, yeah, you're good to watch and a nice person." Well, now it depends on who you talk to. Some people are going to tell you that. Nah, I do especially when I'm playing a video game. I'm like, man, I'm not trying to be a dick to anyone. Like, I might speak my mind and sound like an asshole sometimes, but like, when it comes down to it, like, I'm never like going out of my way to try to be a dick to people, really. And that's kind of how I live my life in general. Like, now, if you start being a dick to me, it's a whole other story. If you just like, if you're clearly going out of your way to be a dick to me, then well, all right. We'll have to have some conversations about the situation, but you know, for the most part, I'm a pretty chill dude. I have been known to lose my temper, I will say that. So yeah, I mean, I can't find the key for this one. I think we've been looking around for vehicles enough. I am a little bit, I'm a little bit needy, we'll say, when it comes to vehicles. I have very specific needs that I need met. I very much need my needs met. So, you know what? We did repair this baseball bat. Why don't we? That's actually in really good condition. Why don't we roll back around with this? I think I just couldn't really get back here earlier. I'm gonna just put this tree branch. Tell you what, since this is my server, it should be fine. I'm gonna place a tree branch right there. And I'm also gonna place a bloody plank right next to it to kind of be like, hey, if you happen to be here and need a couple emergency weapons, here you go. It'd probably be better just to throw them in a container, but I don't know. I've heard there's sometimes, depending on the server, sometimes the admins will even like kind of make announcements or come and talk to you. Um, it's not always good to place a bunch of items. Um, I don't know. For the most part, this server is running pretty well, so I'm not too worried about it. But let's look back through here. So he's kind of low on food, so let's try to clear a little space. Hey, what's the empty crucible? Give me a shout out in chat. If I mean, I'm not trying to get uh, advanced tips from my chat necessarily, but like, what is this? Isn't even advanced. What is the empty crucible used for? That's isn't that used in metalworking or like at the forge? I haven't done much forge stuff at all, and I feel pretty embarrassed about that. I'd love to have one more long stick 'cause I need six to do what I need to do. He does have. You know what? Let's carry the patrol revolver because I bet I've got a crowbar too. All right, we're looking pretty good. Most of this can stay. Let's grab some of the food. All the clothing is fine. Should we maybe work on our short blunt? Yeah, we could work on our short blunts a little bit. Let's carry the steel bar half. So we're rolling short blunt at the minute. So I'd like to get that to level 4. That'd be great. Usually with Barry, I want his top two weapons to be short blunt and long blunt. That's what I want. I like these other two to be up, or the other ones to be up to like level 2 if I can. But for now, we're gonna try to get. Yeah, this should be fine. We're gonna try to get his short blunt up to level 4. And here's the fun part, guys. Here comes the fun part. We were able to just get right in here because we had the key. And here we go. Now this is a little better. I should have put on the bandolier. Let's do this. I'm gonna go grab the well, I don't really need another bullets bandolier, so let's do this. I know I got y'all like, real excited for looting there, but let me run back out and grab a bullets bandolier. Uh, 'Cause I want to put these. I'm gonna just wear, yeah, these for my weapons now. So we got some more boxes of 357. That's kind of my go-to. Really, I don't need much else for guns here. I could use more ammo to replace the 357 and the 12 gauge for sure. So, but if I do see like a BF pistol or a Magnum, and I'm trying to remember, I don't know if I had. I'm pretty sure I have at least one of the M1911s. I don't usually use those. It is kind of nice to have like one of each. weapon, uh, or at least one of each gun. I mean, but it's not necessary. So probably what I'd look for more is like a Magnum or a BF pistol. Here's a choke tube and this stuff. The choke tube, the tritium pistol sights. Let's see what else we get here. Any 357 or 12 gauge, I'll take. Even some of the 38. Let's take a little more 38 for pipe bombs. That's a really good. That's probably the best ammo type to use for pipe bombs. Partly because it's easy to find. So here's an M1911. Hold on. I kind of feel like I needed to grab one of these pistols. It has a gun light on it, so let's just grab one. I think I have one, but it's kind of nice just to listen to me. First, I'm like, at first you're like, well, it's nice to have one of each. Uh, and then by the time you get kind of, you're almost there. You're like, well, I'd like to have two of each. And then later down the road, like talk to me a month later, and I'm like, well, it's best to have three of each. You know, in a way, it is a little bit of a progression on where you are, what you can carry. The full choke tubes, I do really like. It gives you some range. So what I like to actually do, I don't think we need another M9, but our patrol revolvers are getting worn out. So let's grab one of those. I don't usually like to grab all of everything, but we got some pretty good stuff here. And I don't need bulletproof vests. I don't necessarily want to completely clean them out. Let's grab one more box of 12 gauge. And I think from there we're ready to do other looting and just we've got a half a carton. Yeah, we're good here. That's actually almost what we came with right there. With and it's full. Shoot. So what we're gonna do is drive this and tow. I've got melee weapons in here too. It's all just kind of. This is what happens a lot when I loot. It's just like whatever. It's all over the place. I've got a little bit of shit everywhere. Damn it. Put one box in there. So we're starting to get to that point where it's not really organized anymore. It's just kind of randomly jammed into every single corner I can get full. So here's what we're gonna do. I know the darts aren't real good for hauling, but honestly, well, and let me make here. I'm going to once again make this argument because uh, I do actually really like these darts, guys, and let me show you why. Um, I haven't even looked at the engine on this, but I know it's going to be better than my Horizon in terms of how quiet it is. Um, yeah, I mean it should be. All right, so what do we got left? We've still got at least 10 units in there. If I keep eating some of his heavier food and whatnot, we should be okay. Was there any loose ammo? Oh, this is the dart, so probably not here. Okay, we're doing okay. Does this have a magazine in it? No, that's fine. It does have a gun light, which is a nice attachment to have. Let's make sure the steel bar is equipped. All right, that looks pretty good. Aerosol bomb. You know what? Let's keep the aerosol bomb in here because I don't think we're going to use that, at least at the moment. Should be better to put it. Tell you what, it'd actually be better to put it in this case here so I don't forget where it is. So let's do this. Let's take a box, 44. let's take aiming four, aerosol bomb in here. I'm gonna read aiming four. I do apologize. This is a little bit slow in the reading, but I can kind of look through my inventory a little more while he's reading. Um, yeah, so it's going to take a little while to read. I at least want to get him started on it, uh, on the aiming four, so he can get his. Because I might do a little bit of shooting here coming up. And I've already read Reloading 3. I want to get him a good start on aiming four here. Yeah, we're doing really good on his weapon skills, actually. He's still pretty. Now I had bumped up light-footed and sneaking a little bit on the experience gain simply because those typically actually level up slower for me than nimble does. Um, but now I'm seeing the nimble is behind the others. Anyway, it's fine. We'll probably have some adjustments if we run this all back. And that's kind of my. I'm doing a long deep run. I want to change some of the server settings when we basically whenever Barry dies, we're probably just going to change some of the settings a little bit. I've got it pretty tight. I actually like a lot of this. Even the looted buildings is kind of like, oh, well, you don't know. You could run into basically an entire town that's been looted. That's what I ran into in Doe Valley. I mean, maybe not all the houses necessarily, but like the three of the major POIs. So I get into town, I look at the auto parts store, looted, just trashed, doors, windows broken, no loot inside, like shelves empty. Like, okay. I drive over by the Army surplus store, but first you see the pharmacy, and oh, same thing. I think it was the pharmacy was the same thing. Uh, Doors smashed, places looted. So okay, let's go over to the. Now I need to swing back there and make sure there might be some stuff left in the back. Who knows? But it looked pretty looted and ransacked to me, so I didn't spend a ton of time there digging around. But is he still reading? Yeah, he's still reading. Almost halfway done. One thing you can do, can't you smoke while you read? Or no, you can't, can you?
Hmm.
Let's try it. I can't remember for sure. I know you can smoke while you, I don't think you can smoke while you read. But let's see if you can. Maybe they changed it. No, no. It tells me, well, now he's just opening the cigarette pack. No, 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 he's smoking. So it won't, it is highlighted white, or not highlighted, but it's in white, so it says I can read, but it doesn't actually allow him to read. That's fine. You can smoke and walk. You can smoke and fish. You can't smoke and read, apparently. Uh-oh. I hear one zombie on a door. While he's reading, let's just see the progress bar at least. I'm going to take a little rip on some weed. I haven't had a Sunday beer yet because it is still morning, and I'm not an animal. I'm not a complete heathen. I haven't well, I haven't lost my way. We'll say that. I haven't completely lost my way yet, so I'm gonna wait till noon to crack a beer. I'll still be on probably at noon, so I'm gonna wait till noon and maybe crack a beer about noon. Because it's just it's. Tell me how you guys feel about that. I don't even mean to call anyone out here, but you do you. But personally, for me, that's one of my personal lines. Is I don't usually like to crack a beer. Now I will. Oh, uh-oh. I won't typically crack a beer before noon unless I'm maybe like hanging out with someone and it's like, let's have a clamato at 9 a.m. Whatever. But typically, like if I'm just at home on the weekend on a Sunday and I'm gonna have a beer, just have like one beer. Oh, that's for the livestock too. I'm trying not to necessarily like tie one on at 9 a.m. or 11 a.m. even. We'll wait till noon for our beer break. For now, I'm still drinking coffee. We got coffee or beer fans out there? It's for me right now. It's about 10 a.m. and I'm just about to finish the last of my coffee. I probably drank too much coffee this morning, but it's okay. I try to keep it below. Gosh, what am I drinking? This today I probably drank, what was that? I mean, you'd have to call that probably at least a 16 and a 10 ounce. So yeah, pretty sure I just drank about 25 ounces of coffee or more. Yeah. So I'll just switch to water here for a little while until for the next like 3 hours, and then we'll crack a beer around noon. I should still be on with y'all at noon Mountain Time in America. Maybe you've heard of it, but I pretty much live on the in the greatest country on the planet. And if you're not from here, you're probably just rolling your eyes. But hey, no. You know, I do. I'll just be honest. I do like to consider myself a patriot. Now, you can talk about patriotism all kinds of different ways, but for me, a true patriot loves his country, loves what it loves a lot of the things it stands for. Maybe doesn't always see it going in the right direction or whatever, but and he might be critical of it sometimes. But I love my country. I love America. I am loving America. So he's done reading Aiming 4, which is super solid. That makes him a man amongst boys right there. He is about to tear in to some zombie brains. Let's jump. So another nice thing. So the Dart still has decent capacity. It's pretty much right up there with the Horizon and the other standard cars because you still get 4 seats that are all 26. So I can still fill up all these seats. And and yeah, you get 37 in the trunk. So we still have a little bit of looting. We're looking for higher end stuff here, like you know, if we could find something like a sledgehammer, any kind of good long blunt weapons. This is all trash. What is this? Oh, that's a gunny sack. Now, I don't know if I have a gunny sack. I have lots of sacks. I don't know what the difference is actually between a gunny sack. I can equip it. Let's equip it secondary, and I bet, yeah, I can put stuff in it. Oh, look at him. He's carrying the gunny. Oh, that's big. That is big. How much could I carry in there? 26. Look at that. The berry in his gunny sack and his half pipe. All right, so you know what? We already went. Yeah, we already went in there. I don't really need anything else in there. I think the way we want to go is through here. We already checked these animal trailers for animals. What we're looking for is just some. Here's a rake head. These can. I want to start crafting some of these weapons. Let's just put stuff in the gunny sack. Oh, and books. Don't need that one. I want to start crafting. I don't know if I have a spray can yet. If you get diseases in your plants, that's one of the things. That's one of the things you would need to fix that. So let's grab one. Backpack sprayer, I hear can be really nice. I don't think I have one, but mm, do I need to grab one? Well, you know what? This is the farming run, so let's just grab all this stuff. Let's do one more watering can. Let's grab we'll put all this gardening stuff or farming stuff. I mean, really, I treat it, I like to say I'm farming, but really, the way I run it, it's really just more like I'm doing a backyard garden. So well, that's just for the livestock trailer. There was a 2 garden forks. Mm, I want to say I grabbed one. Let's just leave them here. Well, but I want to work on my spear. So this is one of the best weapons to use to level up your spear skill. Let's just grab one. It actually fits in the gunny sack. Okay, so that's a good start. Agriculture 5, I don't need. Masonry, I don't need, I don't think. Bell peppers are good, but it's a long. Oh, kale. Kale is a really good one. I also don't have much lettuce. Strawberry is a good one to grow in the spring. Pumpkin I haven't had much luck with, but I think they're probably pretty slow growing, and you got to plant them early. Watermelon I did get to turn out once. Potatoes are tougher. We have agriculture 3. I already got that. All right. Where was the one? Let's grab the watermelon. All right. That looks pretty good. Large stone, another garden fork. Yeah, we don't need to grab all that. Sacks of sand. Animal feed. We've got quite a few buckets. How are we on hatchets and axes? I want to say he's pretty solid on hatchets and axes and all that. What about clothing? The only thing I don't really need is like shirts, jackets, things like that. But let's look through these. I didn't really need hunting vests, right? Let's just grab like one pair of pants. These are better when it's warmer. I should have probably checked my boots more. Oh, J-Mac's a coffee fan. I dig it. What kind of coffee do you like? I've been trying to go with like a lighter roast typically lately. Um I've been trying to dial back the caffeine a little bit. I feel like caffeine messes with me a little bit more than I used to. So I do love coffee, but uh man, so that's all pretty good. Sometimes having just too much caffeine in the morning is not a good idea for me. Let's fill up water. Let's look back through the weapons again. And we can also drink that milk, probably. So yeah, I typically like, is it like a French roast that's usually a little bit on the lighter side, or no, I don't know, I can't remember now. I used to mix it up. I actually had it backwards for the longest time. I was like, oh yeah, I drink. I think I was like, I drink dark roast because it's lighter in caffeine, and then, and then I read like 2 things, and they were like, you're actually backwards on that. You're drinking coffee with more caffeine in it. And I was like, yeah, I knew that. I drink light roast because it has less caffeine. That's what I said. So let's put this gunny sack in because it's the same, isn't it? Like the same. Oh, check that out, guys. So if you move your gunny sack to the rear right seat, it's the same encumbrance as the seat. So I can now fill up the gunny sack, pull out, and when I'm done, I'll just be pulling the gunny sack out of there. Brilliant. Brilliant. As they say in the England, on the Isle of London, they say brilliant. Sometimes. People say that here too. I just did. JMax says, I'm a very simple man. Anything except decaf, and I'm very happy. Yeah, I'm the same way, dude. I'm like, man, if I have to switch to decaf, then I'm just not going to drink coffee. You know what I mean? It's like the caffeine is part of what um, kind of messes me up a little bit physically, honestly. It makes me a little jittery. Sometimes it makes me have to pee all the time. But the caffeine is also part of what I like about it in that it does give me a like I feel it's probably, whatever. It's probably partly psychological. I didn't really see much for good guns in here. It's all ammo. I did grab a patrol revolver and an M1911. But yeah, for me, I don't want to drink decaf. No, no offense to decaf fans out there. There really wasn't much for guns in here. Hold on. There was like a few pistols in here. Normally, this is more like a hunting. I mean, there's ammo. There's a fair amount of ammo, but in terms of guns, I don't really need any of that. Hmm. Wow. All right, that's fine. I mean, it is single player, so I think the kind of the standard settings are a little different than what I'm used to, so it's fine. It's fine. Wasn't much for guns there, but I didn't really need the guns there at all, hardly. It was more, ooh, lemongrass seeds. Always take that. Ooh, a salt lick. Now these are really heavy, but I'm gonna grab a salt lick because that you want to try to have a salt lick in the zones. Did I need masonry too? I don't think so. I like to have one salt lick in just about every zone that I have cattle in. Um, it'll help keep the cattle happy. Yeah, basically, it'll help keep the cattle happy. So, and that the salt lick fits real nice right here, dudes. We got some good loot here. See, this is for me. This is really fun, just right here. So I think JMac was there for my Jill run last night, where Jill died for the third frickin' time. You could say I'm getting a little bit better at extinction each time I run it, but I know J. I appreciate JMac. He was actually being pretty kind last night. He was trying to kind of console me. I listened back to the I listened back to the video a little bit after I recorded Jill's death, and it almost for a second sounded like I was actually crying. Like literally, I'm like, oh, you could actually, if you weren't listening real close, you could be like, is he crying? I was not actually crying, but I was probably close to it. Oh man, it actually did kind of get me down. Like, Jesus, dude, those those extinction runs are brutal. They're kind of intense at moments for sure. It gets your heart beating. Essentially, whenever I see a sprinter coming at me, if they're on me, it gets my heart beating a little bit. And then if you get a second one on you, it's like, oh my God. And it very quickly just keeps ramping up until you're like, oh, well, here we go. Here we go. This is the end. And that's kind of how my last run with Jill went. Like, wow. Like that actually escalated pretty quickly here. It really did. Like I was kind of wrapping up, strolling home. I was like, oh, there's probably, I'm sure there's going to be at least 5 or 6 zombies over here. I'm sure I'll see a sprinter, yada, yada, yada. Anyway, flash forward like maybe 7 minutes later, if that, and boom, Jill's dead. It's like, well, okay, all right. Well, that didn't end well, really. I mean, whenever you play Zomboid, your run could end at any moment, but at the same time, you sort of have control over something sometimes. He doesn't really need food. Oh, that was the building I couldn't get into. Let's go down to the tool store. I also think I needed to. It's 10:20 p.m. Tell you what, should we save the tool store for morning? I could use here. Let me hold on here. Let me just loot some of these bodies while I'm here. So let me swing back. But yeah, so that's partly why I set it up the way I did because I knew those Jill extinction runs would be intense, and what I would probably want to do is do like some intense stuff on a Saturday night or a Saturday afternoon or whatever. Even sometimes I do Saturday morning streams. It just kind of depends on what I have time for and what I really try to just roll this into when I can have fun playing. I don't want to ever feel like pressured to it's Saturday night. I have to do some my extreme Jill run or whatever. I don't really like to pinch myself in. I don't really want to be doing this if I'm not having fun doing it. That's one thing I decided a long time ago. And I'll admit there were probably moments last night where you could say I wasn't having fun in that moment. But sometimes you got to take the stress with it, and eventually you relax and you're like, overall that was fun. I'm glad I did it. There were moments where I was like, Jesus, dude, this is too much. But that's kind of why I like to do it on a Saturday and then have my Sundays be like a chill. Hey, at least I know I'm gonna get back to Barry and be able to play the game and not, be losing my mind every second just trying to stay alive. But uh, JMax says I used to have pretty bad mental issues, but around age 24, I cured them with a mix of nicotine and caffeine. Beautiful. I'm a very happy person. You know what? Hey, man, I'm a huge proponent. I'll be honest, like, and I'll just call it. Look, I like to put it this way. Like, here's one thing. I appreciate you for stepping out and saying something like that. But let me say it another way too. I think I said this on one of my other streams the other day, and I'll admit, like I'll just say it in kind of a little bit of the terminology you use. I have some mental health issues. And I think everybody on the planet, I think every single human being alive has some type of mental health condition, we'll say. But listen to the way I like to say this. Do you also have a physical health condition? Probably, absolutely. Does every single human on the planet, and I'm not even kidding, I'm talking about every single human on this earth has some kind of a physical health ailment and also a mental health ailment. I'm telling you, there's a lot of stigma. A lot of people will step up and be like, "Oh, well, I have a mental illness, or I have a mental health condition, or I have whatever. I'm going to see a mental health therapist." Or people deal with stuff, man, and it's an intense world. And I think if you're the type of person who keeps an eye on your mental health, I think that's a healthy thing to do. And I think you should be able to talk about things like that. Like, hey, I went to see my therapist this week, and they recommended that whatever, that I maybe talk to my friend Jesse. And literally, I'll be honest, man, I've actually been in some counseling sessions in different types of ways with different people, just, whatever, different kinds of counseling. I actually went to a marriage counselor with my ex-wife for a little while. Um, it can sometimes be like a hard fit to find a good counselor. That's often when I find it's the best is if you're having some kind of maybe an issue with your wife or your girlfriend or even someone or even if it's your mom or your dad or your brother or your sister, whatever. If you're having some kind of an issue with them, sometimes it's best to sit down with a counselor of some kind and not like I'm not talking about like state mandated. I mean, maybe if it, no offense there either. You know, honestly, some of the laws in this country are pretty jacked up too. So I don't, even if someone's been to like jail or prison, I try not to be like judgmental about that kind of shit. Like, dude, hey man, like I'll be honest, man. I had an uncle. Like, I'm a pretty real person. There's been a lot of super real shit that's going on in my life. I'll just say that straight up. Like, most of it came from outside sources, but like I had an uncle who was a coke addict, meth addict. He used to sell coke and meth. He ended up in prison for over half of his life, I'm talking like decades of his life was spent in prison. Um, I mean, I have several uncles, and I'm not going to say his name, but he actually passed away recently, and it's sad because he was never. I never once saw him. He was never a jerk to me. He was never. I never once saw him be a piece of shit. I never once saw him. Now I talked to some of his friends, kind of towards the end of his life, some people who were acquainted with him, and I heard some maybe not so nice things about the guy, but at the same time, like my whole life, he was just my uncle, and he was in prison. So I'm pretty sure. Well, he's not the only family member that spent jail time, that's for sure. But as far as I recall, he was my only family member that spent significant prison time, as far as I remember. Well, you know what, guys? Tell you what, it's a little bit of a downer of a topic, but I do like to talk. Hey, guys, I want to be honest, man. Hey, if you're having a down day, if there's anything you ever need to talk about, like this is meant to be like you should be able to talk about anything you want here. And I'm not going to judge you. I'm not going to try to call you out. I don't. If anyone jumps on you here in my chat, I'll boot their ass out of here because I can boot people. Actually, I'm just going to click on. Hold on here. It gives me quite a few options here. I'm clicking on JMac to see. Yeah, I mean, I can like put a user in timeout. I can report. I can remove a comment. I don't know. I can hide. I can actually straight up hide a user. So I can pretty much, if feel free to say whatever you want. I'm not gonna try to jump all over you. I'm usually a super, as long as you're not being going out of your way to be a dick to me or someone I care about. Um, I'm super super easygoing. You can pretty much talk about whatever you want here. I really try not to judge. Try to keep it. All opinions are valid. All philosophies are valid. Um, all walks of life for the most part. You know, I try not to be like that. I'm a pretty straight up heterosexual modern man, but um, I try to be accepting of all, and I try not to like. I just, you know what I mean. I try not to gear it towards one specific group of people either. I want to be able to talk to anyone, whether you're Republican, Democrat, gay, straight. I don't care. I really don't care about all of that stuff. Like I'm here to talk about ideas, you know, and things like that, and really just play the game. Just play the game and have a good time. So he's getting a little bad smell. What is, you know what? Probably his safest room is right in here. I want to take a little bit of a break. The safest room for me to put him in right now is actually right here. Right? Let's sit him right here. I feel like I might hear one, but I don't think they're on me. I think he's a little ways away. So, tell you what, like I said, I did drink just maybe a little bit too much coffee this morning. So let me take a 5 minute break. I will be right back. I too, I will say, JMac, I too am a fan of both the nicotine and the caffeine. I don't always talk about the nicotine so much, but those are kind of my three vices. Tobacco, I'll just say tobacco, caffeine, and marijuana. I don't drink much alcohol. I don't do other drugs, really. I mean, I've done some experimenting in the past with like psychedelics. I've done shrooms, and I even did LSD way back in the day, back in my like teens and 20s. But been a long time since I partied like that. Uh, but yeah, for the most part, those are my three vices right there: nicotine, caffeine, and marijuana. And the hardest ones are nicotine and caffeine. I could quit smoking weed like tomorrow and it wouldn't be an issue, but I'm telling you, man, that the nicotine and the caffeine are both addictive and well, nicotine is. pretty bad for you. Tobacco is not really good for you, but the caffeine is also hard to kick. Coffee for me is pretty hard to kick. So anyway, I'm gonna just take a quick break. I will I will do my best to be back in approximately 5 minutes. I am back, folks. I am back. Let's make sure we got all our ducks in a row here. All right. Well, welcome in. If you're here, I guess if you haven't been here before, this is the Berry Run. Uh, no sprinters, but also no multi-hit. No zombie respawn, but also no loot respawn. So that's kind of the parameters we're going with. Otherwise, it's a lot like just standard, not extinction settings, but apocalypse settings, which is sort of the canon, you know, the standard normal difficulty. Otherwise, um, I didn't try to mess around with it too much after that. I wanted it to be basically like the canon base vanilla game, not hardcore extinction, but yeah. So that's. Is there any room? We didn't really loot back here, did we? There's two more salt licks, but we're gonna leave those. Padded pants. I don't have a pair of padded pants. Those will be real good in winter. Um, beanie. Well, it might help in winter. I could use some more things like helmets and ooh, here's a Western canteen. Tackle box. We've got a lot of fishing tackle. I see some fishing line in there. Ooh, insect repellent is good for bombs. Gosh, I remember seeing some aluminum foil around here somewhere, but I don't recall where that would have been. Rope is helpful on the farm. I'm always just basically thinking about things to take back to the farm. Um, should I grab two more ropes? How heavy are these? Oh, they're not that heavy. Yeah, we're gonna grab two more ropes. They're good for animals, and they're also good for when you're logging. Where's my light? Is there nothing up here? Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, let's keep those closed. Why won't you close the door? There you go. What else is in town here? I mean, really, we're about done here in Fallas Lake, I think. Just kind of grabbing any kind of good stuff that maybe I wouldn't be able to find in other places so much. We've still got a little bit of room. Bad smell. He's doing all right. He's doing all right. We're not really carrying that much now. He's close to his carry weight. So we got here. So we've got like not much left there. We could put some stuff. Yeah, we've got a little bit more room in the dart. So we've got the farming store. Did we get into the tool? Oh, we didn't even go to the tool store yet, did we? That's right. That's what we were gonna do. Let's let him. I think he can sleep here even if it's bad smell. He should be okay. Watch me wake up and just die because he slept in the bad smell. Let's do that and then try to get out of it. This should tow pretty well. It's wanting to switch out. I'll have to switch to cruise control later, but for now we'll just do this. See, I think we'll just do this probably. There's not a lot of other real high-end stuff in Fallas Lake, so I do want to hit. I think what we want to do is hit this hardware store, go fill up on gas, because let me just make sure there should be a generator back here. Yeah, there's a generator back there. Oh, we saw a little yellow one. I could put that at the gas station. Well, I've already been in here. I don't need nails. Let's just look around for anything else. Oh, sometimes it's hard to remember. I'm pretty sure I have two welder masks. It's kind of nice to have a third, just in case. Pretty sure I have the respirators. It would be the filters I would need. There's a key for a white Niala. That's all fine. That's all gonna stay there. Oh, let's just grab the nuts and bolts are good. You can use those. Didn't I see one more? This would basically be, wasn't there another one? Nuts and bolts. Nuts and bolts. There it was. That would basically, you just need two of those, and you can fix up a metal baseball bat to be a little more stronger, a little more powerful. So let's keep those. Let's keep the welder mask and the respirator filters. And let's go look. Was there a white Niala back? Yeah, it's right here. Oh, spinach is good. And actually, flax is a good one for the winter. He's got, he does have lots of leather gloves, but I want to say you can use those to like craft even better gloves. Let's take some more respirator filters. I have a feeling when we go to places like Louisville or certainly down into some of the oops, some of the military installations, we'll probably want gas masks, respirators, all that. Oh, first aid kit. I have tons of medical supplies, so none of that's really necessary. Beta blockers, I don't have a ton of. Sleeping pills he doesn't really need here. All right, that's pretty good. Claw hammer? How's my claw hammer? That's fine. Okay, well, yeah, I don't know, guys. Still haven't found things like a sledgehammer. You just look around a little bit. Sometimes you can find random things in vehicles too. So now that we've got this cleared out a little bit, I do like this little sports car. Well, what do you guys think? Anything else I should do in Fallas Lake? The bookstore was looted. We hit the police station and the farm and supply store, and we just hit the hardware store. It's I do want to run down, and this hasn't really been broken into yet. And that's okay because later on we might come back and want a little food back there. Most of this is going to be rotten, probably. Gingerbread man, Rice Krispie square. Uh, we gotta. waste not, want not sometimes. And even this rotten food, it's like, well, maybe I'll come back with a gunny sack and fill this up for my compost someday. Who knows? Maybe I'll have a real hard time finding cow poop for a while. Ooh, lots of food back here. Beautiful. Let's keep that, especially like the food is good to maybe keep around here. If it's not gonna go bad, it's like, well, all right, just keep that there. Well, what else is there in Fallas Lake? I don't think there's much. We can go down to the gas station and fill up on gas. We could try to find that. Where was that generator? There was a yellow. It wasn't down here, was it? There was a little, one of those little crappy yellow generators. I want to say it might have been right down here, or was it on the other end of town? Now I don't remember where it was. It was probably up on the west side of town. Um, what is this? This is some kind of market, right? You gonna have anything good in here for me? I think I was in here before. Ooh, aluminum. There's where I saw aluminum foil. Guys, this. You can make bombs with aluminum foil. And I can also use aluminum fragments, but I haven't been out to do. The place to get aluminum fragments is welding. The place to get aluminum foil is places like this. So we should, and we did find a box of sparklers too. So we should be able to make at least one more aerosol bomb when we get back home, right? I think I had used all my sparklers. Let's just see if maybe would they maybe have sparklers like in the back in a place like this? They could, but they don't. Don't appear to. What else? Fiberglass tape is real good for repairing weapons. What about? Pretty sure I went all through this. Yeah. Oh, there's more aluminum foil. There's two more aluminum foil. I think you only need one. It's either one or two to make an aerosol bomb. Let's just leave all that. Yeah, it's really the box of sparklers that's the hardest to find. So let's fill up our water in here. And then let's head back up to the gas station. And I mean, I guess we could just fill this thing up. Let's close these. Let's go have a look around. We could do a few things. If we find another generator, we could just go grab that real quick and pop it over to the gas station and leave it there. We know it's going to stay there since this is my server and I'm the only one playing on it. This is a single player run I just set up on a hosted server because it gives me a little more flexibility to do whatever I want on the settings. But I did keep it mostly, it's for the most part just standard normal difficulty. Um, like I said, in Apocalypse there are no sprinters, and also no zombie respawns, so that's just standard normal difficulty right there. Oops, kind of maybe went a little too far there. Can I nudge it back? Can I nudge it back? Ooh, that actually went really well. I'm gonna see. Well, let's look around. Actually, hold on. You know what we can do? I kind of want to leave because this is Fallas Lake. This is a very centrally located gas station. So, what I'd actually really like to do here, I swear I just saw a generator and we were over here, right? So in theory here, we could drive up here. It was in a garage or shed. Was it this shed maybe where I saw it? We're gonna get a few there. Oh, get a few here. It might have been that shed. Let me just look around a little bit more. Might have been that shed. Let's park down here and go smooth our way in. I know I was somewhere around here when I saw it. I must have been. I was trying to clear these houses. Also trying to level up my short one here. And break the steel bar over a zombie skull. Alright, rolling with it. I want to say there's a generator either in that shed or it might have been this one. I can't remember. Just the kind I'd like to leave at the gas station. Alright. I want to see where it is first before I... there it is, right there. So I want to grab that generator, bring it over to the gas station, and we'll just leave it there. Are these guys still in this house? Hmm. I want to get, because I want to come and grab this generator, so I do sort of want to clear this area. Could really use that level and short one right about now. He's getting close, but they're still not coming out of that house. All right. I think we can get through this. Ah, they're coming through that damn house. I wanted to protect some of these houses, but he's getting a little tired. Do we have? Hmm. Tell you what, let's switch to the baseball bat for a little bit just to get through these guys. God. We're getting some lag there, so let me back up a little bit, let him rest. Maybe I can fight him over here. I did wanna that one house was in really good shape, so let's see, can I put well let's just sit. We'll try to take a little weight off him by eating some food here. Starting to drop. Wait. Um, let's switch back to the. Is this going to break soon? Let's switch back to the steel bar. He's in a little better shape now, so we'll go in with the steel bar. Eat a little food on the way here. Let's eat the milk chocolate bar. All right, and we'll work our way back in. Basically, we just want to get to that shed and grab the generator and go get gas, and then we can go home. Louisville West. I want to say I had the Louisville Southwest. I do like to grab some of these maps. All right, how are we looking here? Is it right there? It's that one. Oh, whatever. That looks pretty clear. We'll just drive the car back there and fight off what we have to. Hopefully they came out of that house that I wanted to preserve a little bit so they don't destroy all the damn doors and windows here. If we can't fit it in the trunk, we'll have to throw the generator in one of the seats. Let's check the trunk. Let's actually take a wrench and put the tote bag on the ground. Now, actually, I don't think the generator is going to fit in the trunk. Can you just? We'll see. That house got pretty beat up, and still more coming out. On. I'm getting a lot of stutters. It's because of all the corpses. I hear one more. And should clear up once we get out of the area, hopefully. Uh, give me 1 second. I'll read your chat after I Kill this last zombie here. Oh, come on. I'm getting some stutters because of these damn corpses. I just want to get this dang generator out of here. Let's just finish these guys off real quick. I think it's just these three. Dude, please stop stuttering. All right, let's get this damn generator. I don't know why I'm getting such a bad stutter right here. Let's just let's pop it in this door. So we're gonna open door. We got it. Pucklet says, "What are you playing on?" I am playing Build 42.19, a single player. This is a hosted. It's essentially a multiplayer server that I'm playing. I'm kind of testing, trying to get my settings right for like deep runs. In theory, this server could be used to do multiplayer, but it's not set up for that. Um, but it's very much. Oh, I still hear one more. My settings. Oh shoot. Oh wow. Okay. Well, you know what? I'm kind of tired of killing zombies right now. I just wanted to grab this damn generator. So yeah, my settings are very much very similar to apocalypse settings, not extinction, but apocalypse, which is basically the canon normal version of the game. You could call them slightly hard settings, but it's essentially now just considered the canon normal difficulty basically. Apocalypse used to be the difficult setting. If you recall, before they came out with Extinction, Apocalypse was the hardest setting. So, it's much closer to normal than it is to easy, I would say. Oh, come on! The stutter, though, just kills me. But yeah, I assume I answered your question there. Yeah, I'm on PC. I think, actually, this is only a PC game, right? I don't think you can play Zomboid on Xbox or PlayStation, can you? Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, he's getting a lot of. Let me get him out of the smell. He's got the awful odor. I just want to make sure he's not sitting in it forever. Let him kind of chill here a little bit. Let's check on. We get you got. Sometimes that's kind of how I roll. So I've got basically six here. If it starts getting to this point where I can't even see him on my screen because of the map, then I'm like, okay, okay, we stop and check. We stop and check on my guy now. We better stop and check on my guy. So we're doing all right here, dudes. Dudes and uh, friends of dudes. I actually looked at. Here, let me read this comment first. Pucklet says, no, but I was wondering about, the controller. No, I'm on. So I play on PC. Yeah, that's right. You can play on Steam Deck. I play on PC. I use keyboard, mouse, and an Xbox controller. So yeah, that's what you're seeing there. So it'll pop up with like, if I go to a window, like these are my Xbox controller controls, but I can also do like this is all on my mouse. I have my keyboard. I prefer to have the full, I guess I would consider this full functionality where I can choose to use whichever one I want. 9 times out of 10, if I'm moving around, I'm pretty much just using my controller. Even if I'm shooting or fighting, this is all just controller. 100% there. I personally find it I personally find it more comfortable because I started playing on controllers before I started playing PC games. But there are times when I want to switch over to my mouse because the controller doesn't necessarily work like it should. It comes and goes too. They'll do an update and break things, and then it's like, dude, But the nice thing, I should show you guys a little bit later if you're ever interested in trying out a controller. I know a lot of people like to hate on them, but I'll be honest, they've come a long way. Let me grab this. Let me just grab this generator. And I think I can actually show you a little bit what I'm talking about. They've come so far, even in the last couple of months. Controller configuration was just added. I don't want paper napkins. I want to slide this generator in. Beautiful. Let me get over to the gas station and I'll show you a little bit what I'm talking about. Controllers aren't perfect, but I find like when I'm driving, I just want to use a controller, man. I just want to kick back, maybe have a beer in my shirt pocket, and then just kick back with my controller. I got like a 20-foot cable on my controller. You could even have just a wireless controller if you wanted. I do have a wireless controller, but I found with a 20-foot cable, you don't really need a wireless controller. But with the cable, I can still stand up, walk around my room. I could actually play like on the other side of the room here, and I'd be just fantastic. So here's the gas station. Let me show you too what you can do now. I'm a big proponent of using a controller as a third option. That's what I will say. And I should be able to kind of park here and chill for a minute. Okay, let me just equip a weapon. Now, watch what they've done. So if you go to controller now, this is all brand new. You can now literally, and this is my setup, this is a very customized setup now. What I did is I put racking on the right hat, which is your R3 button. You're pushing down on this, but this is all super smooth. If you want a good setup, feel free to copy this or whatever. Oh, I've got zombies coming, but the key for me was moving my sprint to the left bumper, and then my left trigger is melee. Anyway, I can show you more of the setup, but this right here is phenomenal. To be able to fully customize it now is mwah. There was a month or two there where they had changed everything and they really screwed up my whole setup, and I was like, man, it was pretty much perfect in my opinion, just about perfect, and then they totally screwed it up, took away all the I couldn't even sprint for like 2 months in game, so I was like, dude, I'm not playing with sprinters right now. My guy can't sprint, so why would I? There's no way I'm gonna want to play with sprinters if they're all always faster than I can move. That's just like wowie, wowie, wow. But now, see what I've got is this is all on joystick right here. I can walk, I can run, and I can also crouch and sneak, and this is all on my joystick. I can do all of this. I can run out of a sneak. Then, if I want to sprint, I just have the right bumper, and I can hit sprint. And that's all with one hand. And then if I'm meleeing, that's all with my right hand. So anyway, beautiful setup. I finally figured out how to set up a controller perfectly for me. And I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. So what we're doing now, but I can still use, like I'll still go to the mouse for this part. Here I gotta go switch to the mouse and I'll slide over the generator or, wait, how do you do it? Take generator. So yeah, I still use the mouse for like the inventory. Mostly it's inventory that I use the mouse for. I don't know. Keyboard, I still have my hotkeys. I still use, well, for me, it's C, V, and B on my keyboard a lot because I changed some of my hotkeys too. Anyway, I think as is probably the case with most PC players on a game they play a lot and have like, a full setup, they have kind of their own custom way to play a little bit. So what I want to do now is put this I'd like to put the generator in a place I can see it easily. Just so I remember I dropped one here. Let's just drop it right here. So this is an old, did I get it? Did I even pick it up? It's in, should be under generator or, there it is. Move to floor. We're gonna connect the generator. Then, did I have a gas can with me? Probably. There's probably one in the truck. I might even be able to make a little more room in the truck if it has gas in it. No, it doesn't. So, we'll shoot. Well, I guess what we need to do is we'll take gas out of here, put it in the gas can, put that in the generator to run the generator. Or really, well, why don't we take it out of, what did that have, like a quarter tank? Let's go look. I just want to take like 8 or 9 liters out of here. Where are we at? Gas tank. Oh, it's only got 4 in there. We'll leave that one alone. We're gonna fill this up anyway, so oops, no, siphon. So on a siphon, everything's from here. Put it in the generator, start the generator. Fill up the truck. Oh, of course I parked on the wrong damn side, but whatever. I'll just unhook them and we'll do it. We'll do it the easy way without too much messing around here, hopefully. All right, add fuel to the generator. Well, very nice. Thanks for hanging out with me here on this Sunday morning, this beautiful Sunday morning. I am in the beautiful state of Colorado, America. I'm going to enjoy a beer here in about an hour. And then shortly after that, it's going to be my lunchtime. But first, we're going to do a bunch more stuff here. We're going to drink a beer around noon from Breckenridge Brewery, a vanilla porter. I love it. I don't drink much actually anymore, but I just went to the grocery store for groceries yesterday and I said, you know what? I need a 6-pack of beer and a lobotomy. And so we're working on both. I got the 6-pack of beer, but we're working on the rest of that. What are we doing now? So let's start this. All right, so Fallas Lake has a generator. Let's now unhook these and just fill them up as easily as possible. And we'll get ready to tow all this loot back home. We might stop in here and look around. There could be some sparklers in there. And you know how much I like sparkly objects. When they can create an aerosol bomb, I love them. So let's get, here, let's just do this. Let's put gas in here. I'm just going to leave it running and refuel from the pump. Probably not the smartest decision I've ever made, but we're going to roll with it. Actually, it's almost full, isn't it? Is that it? Wow. All right. Well, let's shut it down, I guess. We don't need to keep it running. Let's just flip this dart around right here. Pretty sure darts is not going to be on the driver's side. Oh, I never looked at this engine. It's not starting very well. Oh, do you know why it's not starting very well? It has no gas. I was like, oh, please don't tell me this thing is a junker that doesn't want to start. So we took all the gas out of it. Let's do a couple things here then. We'll just fill this can. We'll fill the generator fully, make sure that's full, and then we'll put the rest in the dart. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. Okay, so I'm pretty sure you got to flip it around. Sometimes it can be different, but normally it's on the driver's side. You got to be kind of like right there. Dang it. Oh, no, it's right there, isn't it? So the dart might be in the passenger side, actually. That should be right. I guess you could, yeah, you can kind of see it, can't you? There we go. So we'll fill up the dart with gas. Nicest thing about a vehicle is you can fill it up with gas and loot. That's often what I'm using these for. That's why it's one of the reasons I collect so many. I'm like, let's just fill up another one with loot and gas, and at a minimum, even if we never drive this thing, it helped us get some good loot back home. And eventually, especially on a multiplayer run, eventually these cars will become trashed. If I drive them enough, some of them will get to the point where I don't want to repair them, and I'll just put them out in the field. But then they might have some good parts left on them. So it's that kind of thing. You'll see eventually. I'm already kind of the point where my yard and my driveway are full of vehicles. So at this point, some of these I don't even know where we're going to park this. That's partly why I decided, you know what? It's a pretty small vehicle, so let's bring one of these back instead of taking another van that's kind of like meh. I'd rather take a vehicle that's small that I like instead of going with a van that isn't necessarily my favorite. So let's turn this off. I do need to get some water, but let's move this in behind it so we're pretty much ready to go. We do have a little bit more room to loot, and I wanted to hit this area. So yeah, we're looking good, guys. We're about ready to go back to the farm, I suppose. Here, let me read what you said first. Sometimes I'm about to say something, and then I'm like, I'd rather catch up on chat to make sure I'm not always directing the conversation myself. Pucklet says you can also tell which side is the right one by the arrow on the fuel gauge. Oh, that is a good little tip. You know what? Shout out to Pucklets. We're gonna verify because we do a little MythBusters here. I'm not. I'm not. I'm just kidding. I don't mean to say that like I don't believe you. But we're just testing. Oh yeah, dude. So you're telling me this arrow right here is what you're saying. So this tells me right here that the gas uh, the gas fill, is on the right side. Beautiful. And I'm guessing what you mean by that. Yep, you are 100% correct. 100% Zomboid Mythbuster verified. Give Pucklets the credit for that too. Little tip from Pucklets. You can tell just by looking at the dang gas gauge. Who knew? Pucklets knew. Pucklets is out there like, dude, is this guy's first day playing the game? And for the record, the answer to that is yes. Yes, it is. It is. I did actually I just saw a really interesting video. I'm pretty sure it was on YouTube. And I forget the name of the guy. I'm terrible at names. But I'm pretty sure it was on YouTube and he was like, you just think this. He did I wish I could even think of the name of the title of the video, but it was basically the progression of Zomboid all the way back to 2011. And he showed just game clips. He had clips from for like 15 years. And 2011 is before it was even like released in even like I think public form at all. It was like when they were first working on it. I believe it became what early access in 2013. So it was a really interesting video. I didn't even watch the whole thing, but I want to go back and watch it when I get a chance because you know what, it's been a long time since I had a butter chunkers bar. We're gonna grab one. All the rest can stay. Is there a basement in this one? No, no basement. I want more sparklers. I think I already grabbed them from here. All right, whatever. Sparklers are for aerosol bombs. If you're wondering why I'm looking for a box of sparklers, each box of sparklers can make one aerosol bomb. Well, with some other things, but well, dudes and zombie fans, and also, I mean, ladies. I did look at my analytics the other day, and it literally said 99% male. So just so you know, if you're looking for the ladies right now, they're not here, and that's fine. They'll come. It takes. What I've heard people say is you have to build a garden to attract a butterfly. You don't go chase, guys. Don't go chase. I mean, you can catch a butterfly in a net, but you also might accidentally squish it to death. So I recommend building a garden and letting the butterflies come to you. That might be some kind of like ancient Chinese proverb. I'm not really sure. It is certainly a current saying that is appearing on YouTube now. So here we are. Here we are in 2026 doing some crazy shit on the internet. I don't know if you call this crazy shit, but we're doing some shit. Well, guys, anything else I should hit in Fallas Lake before we go? We're pretty much ready to wrap up here. I don't really have any fishing gear with me. We could go fish at the lake. Hey, Vern, did you bring the fishing gear with you? You didn't. No, you very rarely impress me with your Boy Scout abilities. There's this nice little pond right here. What's up with this? What up, pond? What's your deal? That wouldn't be a great place to fish. It'd be an all right place to fish. You could catch something, but the real place to fish here would be the actual lake shaped like a dong. That's the place that, if you need a place to fish in Fallas Lake, you just look for that. Trying to think of YouTube appropriate things, YouTube appropriate names. You're going to Penis Lake? All right, it's just, you just turn at the balls. So what you want to do is go to the end of this road, you're going to see some balls. And then you're there. You're in the balls. Or you're right next. I can see the balls from here. Actually, the church is right next to the balls. I'm sorry. I am now, Vern. I am 12 years old at times. I'm just gonna say that there are times when I revert back to the age of 12, and I make jokes about things that she said. I make a lot of jokes about balls. I mean, I'm talking now. Sometimes I talk about footballs and basketballs, but that's where That's where the metaphors just become absolute genius sometimes. Well, you know what? This is fairly secure. Let's kind of leave this like it is. There's really just the one window broken. So let's just leave that. I don't think there's really a. I keep wanting to look at the B-42 map, but we mostly explored. We went to the church, we got windows. We went to the farm store, police station, bookstore was looted. We got a nice premium yellow generator to bring home. I can't think of anything. I mean, yeah, I still don't have a sledgehammer. There's still a lot of books I need, but the bookstore's gone. So, guys, next one of the next places we need to go is the Riverside Bookstore. And I swear to God, if that bookstore is looted, I'm gonna start strangling. I'm gonna drop all of my weapons, and I'm just gonna start strangling zombies with my bare hands. Just because I'm so angry that I want to touch their neck as I kill them. That sounded really bad, guys. That sounded really psychopathic, and I apologize, but there's something to it. I'm gonna be very upset at all of these zombies. I take my anger out on the zombies, is what I do. I'm gonna be very upset at all of them for taking my books. If I go to, because the thing is, I spawned in Rosewood. The bookstore was bone dry, empty. I'm not even kidding when I say I don't think there was a single skill book. There was maybe a couple paperbacks in the other books, but I don't think I found a single skill book in all of Rosewood Library or bookstore. I then went to Ekron and I found some at the community college, but not very many. So then I went over to Irvington. Or wait, what was the next one? The next bookstore was, well, no, the next bookstore was Fallas Lake, the one here in town. That's right, because there's no bookstore in Irvington, right? Or maybe there is. I can't remember. Anyway, I came here and this one was also looted. So two bookstores in a row. So my point is, if I go to Riverside now and that bookstore is also looted, that is three strikes. That is three strikes against these zombies for taking my books. Anyway, I should stop jabbering and try to keep moving a little more, probably. Let me just think. I mean, we could swing back through Doe Valley, but we don't really. I don't think we should because there was still a fair amount of zombies there. I'm pretty good just going back home with what we've got here. I could try to maybe just let's just keep our eyes peeled. Maybe as we go through town, there might have been just like another little clothing store or something I could hit. But yeah, the things we really need now, the things I haven't been able to find are like a chest rig, an Alice belt, a sledgehammer, some of the higher end skill books, things like that. I do need to update my little book list though because there's some books I've progressed beyond. There's some. We're gonna maybe do one little stop right about up here, real quick, just to double check. We do have just a tiny bit more room in the vehicles, so we could grab a few more things here. There was some stuff back here. What did we actually have here? Rotten lavender. Uh, it's all just rotten stuff. I was hoping there might be some seeds in here. Adhesive tape is useful, so let's grab that. Let's just look around a little bit around here. I don't think I could get in here, could I? No keys. No keys, please? No, that's fine. Let's take a peek in here again. Or, no, I couldn't open this one either. Alright. It would kind of surprise me. Hmm. I've already looked around in here. So, hmm. I was just gonna say it would kind of surprise me if we weren't able to find the key for that van around here somewhere. It's possible it can sometimes end up on a zombie and maybe disappear, but hmm, is there any kind of this is some kind of restaurant? So, or here, let's go back in here. Here's the door. How do we get in there? Do I have to go in the back door to get in there? Hmm.
Hmm.
It's kind of fun here once you clear out an area. It's like it goes from being infested with zombies to kind of empty. Kind of feeling empty after that for a while. Until they'd be able to like migrate through or move in, and that's kind of how I like it. It's more realistic to me. Like they shouldn't be just like popping in from the cosmos, like some aliens came by and just zapped in a bunch of zombies all around you. Here's more aluminum foil. So we're getting a lot of aluminum foil, which is great actually. I normally have a pretty hard time finding that, but you would think like that to me that's kind of how it should be. Like aluminum foil is pretty common actually. I know it's a game item, an item used for crafting, but at the same time, it's like, well, it's aluminum foil. Like, it really, in reality, you walk down the block you live on in real life, and yeah, there's probably aluminum foil in like just about every kitchen, So sometimes you play the game and you're like, well, why can't I find aluminum foil? Oh, it's because it's used for aerosol bombs and other things, and therefore they make it more rare, yada yada yada. Anyway, so we didn't find much there. What are these stores? Now we couldn't get into this one. Looks like mostly just food. Yeah, this is like a little whatever, some kind of bakery. Not too concerned about getting in there. I think that's about it for the stores, right? Let's just keep swinging down the road. We don't. We can always come back to Fallas Lake later. I don't like to spend too crazy much time away from the farm when I'm doing these. Mostly just here to get some loot. I was having a real hard time finding looting spots because my settings allow for some of these buildings to be looted when you get there, and I kept running into that. The big disappointment was the Army surplus store in Doe Valley was completely gutted. We could try to swing back by there, but the problem is I don't really want to deal with it because we don't have enough room to put things in anyway. And it looks pretty gutted to me when I popped my head in there a little bit. So I will swing back by there, but the auto parts store was totally gutted. Ran across the street, popped my head in the front door, and looked around, and it looked totally gutted in there too. So I'm not saying, I'm just saying. So we looked in there. We already hit the police station. We did leave some things behind so that if we come back through, oh, let's check in the bookstore because man, so it was looted when I got here. As you can see, I proceeded to burn it down a little bit. Well, not burn it down, but we had some fun with bombs out here. And we did have a small grass fire and building fire here. So let's just see. It was totally looted though. Pretty sure I grabbed anything that resembled a skill book out of here already. But you can see what fire will do. I was not trying to burn this. Now I did lead burning zombies over here on both sides of the library. So I could probably be charged with arson in like 50 states and a few territories, but you got to catch me for that. So there you go. We have we have one book. Well, that's just man. Those are fantastic books to have here. I don't even want to go into that. That's whatever. I'm not even. I was gonna start reading the books on the shelves, and I'm like, all right, those are the only two books we have. Fantastic. So yeah, this is how it was when I got here, and so I was like, whatever. Not the fire part, but the bookshelves were all empty already. So now, was there anything else? Pretty sure we probably got into this house, didn't we? I do like to have these houses opened a little bit. Typically, if I'm able to like get into a house and loot it, I'll make sure the front doors are unlocked. So let's do that. Oh, what do I do here? I hear one. I hear one on a fence somewhere. Okay. Always looking for another mortar and pestle, or at least until I have two of them. Mm. Well, this one's fairly secure, so let's just close these curtains here. We'll close this back up. Close curtains, close window. Paradox GF3MW says, PZ, a game I love to watch but struggle to play. What are your struggles to play it? I struggle too. If you see my oh dude, I had a run with on extinction mode. This is more like normal to hard settings. My run last night was extinction mode, which is very hard. It's basically like it's the hardest setting. So um, what am I going to do? Close curtains. But yeah, let me know if I can help a little bit. Often for me, what it used to be for me is my PC just wouldn't really run it very well, and then it was so glitchy. I just that was way back in like 2018, 2019. It ran okay, and I played it, and but at that time they were still implementing vehicles into the game. Yeah, I don't need any of that. So it was a little bit glitchy. There is a keyring in this fanny pack. So let me put this down real quick. Let's put the fanny pack right up here. Just to see what's on this keyring. Oh wow. There's a few keys. There's actually three key rings. Oh, I've never even seen this. He's got three key rings on another key ring. Let's just see what these vehicles are. So we've got a white Neala, and I think we had a blue pickup. I remember seeing the blue pickup and white Nealas are everywhere. So, um, here, let's just do this. I'm not so worried about the key rings, but I don't like to lose keys. Uh, Paradox says, I seem to rush things, so I only survive maybe a few days. I get too carried away. That's kind of exactly what happened on my extinction run. I think I was, it's funny because I kept saying, I'm going slow, I'm going slow, I'm trying to take things slow. And it almost got to the point where I was like, all right, they know you're trying to go slow, man. And sure enough, on day 6 of my third attempt, I guess I pushed it a little too hard. Man, I don't know. I was trying to head home though. What en- Basically I was trying to head home and take things slow, and then I ran into like a dozen zombies around my house. Two of them were sprinters, and boom, that's the story of Jill's third run. Paradox says I've had the game for years and I have a few QOL mods, nothing crazy. I need to learn to slow down. Yeah, this guy's gotten pretty deep in at this point because I take it slow with him. I do some kind of crazy stuff with them, but I make sure I'm prepared before I go on. So this run is 2 months, 19 days now. They are, I mean, honestly, these settings are right around normal to hard, is what I would say. The extinction is very hard to extreme, is what I would call it. Apocalypse settings are kind of what I have here. So I don't have multi-hit and I don't have sprinters, but there's no sprinters in apocalypse settings, which is generally considered like nowadays it's considered sort of like the standard canon mode. So it's kind of like normal, but it used to be apocalypse used to be hard mode essentially, the hardest standard setting. Anyway, I'm over here talking with my hands, and I'm looking at myself in real life like, why are you talking with your hands and your character is standing still? So we have the key for this one. I just found the key for this. We also just found a key for a white Niala, which is not that one. But yeah, as with any game, um, I think the hardest part of these games, I found actually this game has a lot of similarities to Fallout 4. If you've ever played Fallout 4, and one of the things I noticed, why isn't this letting me open this? It's kind of glitching on me right now. Escape? Come on. Well, for some reason, oops, whatever. For some reason, I can't get into that. I thought I unlocked it. Didn't I? Oh, oh, there's no open. I see. Never mind. I'm being dumb. But yeah, this has a lot of. So I was just gonna say this has a lot of similarities to Fallout 4 in the way that the biggest part of kind of getting better at the game is learning what you need to pick up and how much of it you need and how that relates to what your build is. Like, if you're doing a specific kind of build, like this guy is a farmer, he's a mechanic, he kind of does some ranching, or he does ranching more than farming, actually. It's more ranching than agriculture. So there's a certain type of loot. There's someone right here. Basically, there's a certain type of loot for each type of build you're going to do. You know what I mean? And then there's also just the standard loot that you're going to need. I mean, it's going to be about looting. I feel like he's in here. Whatever. I can't tell where he is. Let me do a little shout.
Hey!
There's one on me somewhere and one banging on. Is it down here? No. I feel like I've done this before. And I can't find where this damn zombie is. I keep hearing it. Whatever. Whatever. I think we're done here. Yeah, and I forget what I was talking about fully there, but it's just a real similar game to Fallout 4 in that it's heavy on looting. It's not really a shooter. It's a looter shooter, but it's more heavy on looting and simulation than anything. Do you know what I mean? Like simulating what it's like to like go and pick some stuff up and try to survive and try to be a real person in an apocalypse, basically. So let's see here. Yeah, let me know if you want any tips. I hate to like beat people over the head with tips when I don't really know what they're doing or where they're coming from or anything. But let me know if you have any questions. I try to set this up so it's a little bit it's beginner friendly. This especially Barry's run, this is meant to be like beginner friendly. So if you ever have any questions about what I'm doing, how I set up the settings, where I'm playing, I'm happy to even go into like this and show you like how I set up a different run. So the thing about Zomboid is you can do everything you want and don't feel pressure to be like, oh my god. Like I'll be honest, sometimes people come up on me and they're like, oh my god, you must be playing on easy mode. You don't even have sprinters on. My name is Becky and I think I'm better than you. And I'm like, Becky, step off because like you're kind of in my world and you're kind of like pooping your pants in my world, honestly, is what is actually happening here. So I'm like, dude, Becky, step off, brah. Uh, like I'm gonna do whatever the F I want to do, B. But uh, but yeah. So like, no, I'm serious. Like I try not to be judgmental or like standoffish or pissy about anything like that. Like I'm just here to play the game, enjoy the game how you want to play it. I think if you want to if you want to set up a farming run where you're just doing like deep crafting and turn your zombie risk down, I would just say this: turn the zombie risk down to the point that you feel like you're able to do the things that make the game fun for you. Like whatever that means. If you're a veteran and you're real good at combat, then hey, you're probably going to be playing some kind of like extinction or apocalypse or heavy sprinters or 16x population. You can do all that stuff in the game. So there's so many things you can do with mods. There's so many things you can do just in the settings. Let's hit this bar real quick. But so that's what I recommend is don't if whatever you're doing, don't listen to people who are like there needs to be a name for like whatever. We'll just call them Chads. Um don't listen to the Chads who come up on you and you're like, "Oh, well, god, you're not even playing Zomboid, you're playing Farmville or you're not even like you must be a P word or whatever because you don't have 5% or 1% sprinters on. Like, dude, the thing about these games is you can play it the way you want. There's no police. Here's whiskey. I love whiskey. You can play it however you want, whether you're a streamer, whether you're playing with your. Thing is, the thing I love about this game is you can play this. Let me put it this way: you could play this game exactly like The Sims from 2008. You could also play this game exactly like well, not exactly. Well, you could play it exactly like Zomboid from 2026, or you could play it like Fallout. You could play it more like, hardcore horror, hardcore horror extinction kind of zombie game. You can remove zombies altogether. You can have zero sprinters. You can have all sprinters. It's pretty cool, man. And so I do different setups. Oh shit, shit, shit. No, no, no. That was a bad place for a stutter. My God, man. Did you see that horrible stutter right there? That one could have got me bit. But yeah, that's what I'd recommend. Let me know if you want any suggestions. The first place I usually start is would you rather play multiplayer or single player? And you might not know, but there's a lot of big differences between them. So I'd recommend looking at that first and deciding, well, what do I want to do? Do I want to jump into multiplayer or is that what I want to play eventually or what? Okay, well, let's go look at this house. This van is nice, but it's pretty low horsepower. Who's this person right? Let's go look at it anyway. I'm getting some I'm getting a little stutter here. You'll see that that is one thing about this game. It can sometimes have some glitches. Well, actually, the first thing you should decide is do you want to play on build 41 or build 42? That might be the first thing you want to look at. Build 42, the simple answer is build 41 has a stable version. Build 42 does not. It only has build 42 unstable. So, anyway, most of y'all probably know all this already, but those are the two big questions. Are you doing build 41, build 42? Do you want to do multiplayer or single player? Very, very, very different games. Any mortar and pestle. Let's look around. You know what? These bowls are good. Let's just take some kitchen equipment because we do need a few things. I don't know. Let's take some pepper. Anything else we might need to make some? I don't know if I have. Let's take a saucepan and a griddle pan. I want to be able to cook most basic things, you know? I hate you go to like, oh, let me try to cook this pork chop, and they're like, you don't have a pork chop pan though, and you're like, are you? Do I need to come in? Do I need to come through the screen and strangle you right now? You're telling me there's a pork chop pan? No, there's not a pork chop pan, but that I'm aware of. I would, you know, there are cases. Washington High, class president. We don't need that shit. Did I need any more doorknobs and hinges? You know what I needed was hinges. So let's. Oh, this has a basement. I did need some more hinges. So I tend to make a lot of doors and gates. So one thing that's important to keep your eyes open for. I'm pretty sure I needed at least one more or two more hinges. Might have been three actually. Now that I think about it. Oh, and hinges are often the harder one to find and the one I forget to pick up more often. So let me grab three hinges. We'll call that good. Oh, here, yeah, I guess you went on. Oh, hold on, give me a second here. I think we're good. Paradox says, I think we'll start to use my spawn house as a launch base and relearn the combat. I will play on low population sandbox with no migration. So, yeah, that's a little bit similar. So I do high migration. I do maximum migration, but I don't have zombie respawn on. The thing I like about that is you can clear areas and in theory they're going to migrate through, but they're not going to respawn another thousand zombies after you clear a thousand zombies, you know? So the idea is on a run like this, I have the potential to clear the whole map if I can just keep going with it and never die, kind of thing. I can actually respawn as well if I die, but we're gonna treat this kind of. I'm probably not gonna respawn with him if he dies. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I will. Maybe I will, and we'll be very clear about I'd be fine with it. We would just have to sort of rename the run at that point. You know, it's no longer a single run anymore at that point. But I might keep him around just to keep all his skills because he's way too skilled to just be like, nope. He says he never played with controller. Do I find it easier? He played build 42 point, or no, I don't think I'd go back to 41. And I didn't play much build 41. I think most of my time's been on 42, so I'm pretty much locked into build 42 now, and I'm going to stick with it up through when they make it stable. I'm going to keep playing build 42, probably stable for a long time. Some of the stuff they're going to add in build 43 is going to be like NPCs, um, better AI for animals, better AI for NPCs, all that kind of stuff. So I'll probably stick with build 42 for a long time, which is why I finally decided to do some streaming because I was like, well, shoot, dude, I could be playing build 42 unstable and then all the way through into the stable version for a pretty long time, really. Probably the next year or two, no problem. Dang it. So I grabbed that key that I didn't really want to grab. Let me try to keep moving here. Sorry, guys. I get talking too much a little bit on a specific subject and I forget to keep moving. Nothing on her. Nothing down here. We do still have a key for one white Nyala. So let's keep our eye open for that. Um, but yeah, that sounds like a good idea. That sounds like a good way to do it. Similar to how I roll. The one big thing I changed that's a little more hardcore than a lot of other servers is I don't use multi-hit, but that's I guess that's true in Apocalypse. Yeah, I don't think they use multi-hit on the base settings. I think we can probably just go home here. Let's let's put whatever we can in here. Uh, so no multi-hit and no loot respawn, but I also have no sprinters and no zombie respawn. And then my population is set between 1.5 and 2. Sort of there's a few different things you can do there. My basically right now we're running at I believe it's high population, which should be back down to 1.5 right now is what I'm running on. So your standard setting is just 1 for normal or whatever. I did bump up the population, but I don't have respawn and I have high migration or, or, or standard migration, whatever you want to call that. I think there's only one. I think you can just turn migration on or off. I can't remember. But yeah, it's fun to play around with those settings. These settings are pretty well dialed in. I also have so this building was looted. You can see it was like this when I got here, pretty much. Windows broken. This was all looted. There's nothing here. So you can set that a little bit too to kind of make it a little more random, make it a little bit more hard on yourself without just going like 16x pop, 100% sprinters. It's like, whoa, 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 whoa. I have so far, so my record with extinction now is 6 days. I've made it, I've made it 6 days on extinction mode. On actually, my record for what was it? My record on multiplayer is, I guess my recorded record on multiplayer. I forget where I put it. Oh, it's 3 months, 24 days. That's the longest I've ever made it on a multiplayer run. Um, Now, what I wanted to kind of do is see, well, how does that translate in a single player run? Well, now I'm 2 months and 19 days in. I'm getting not as many kills as I did in multiplayer. Um, Typically because they're typically going to crank up the population settings because it's multiplayer and there's more people out there killing zombies. So that's kind of the way that goes. What kind of? Oh, are those just heavy socks? It looks like some kind of boots. I wanted to compliment you on your boots, ma'am, but those are just heavy socks, apparently. All right, they're very clean. Those socks appear to be very clean and warm. I will tell you that, ma'am. So I'm gonna lock this into just cruise control, and we're gonna start cruising home. And I guess if you haven't been here before, I haven't seen Paradox's name in the chat before. So if you haven't been around before, you'll be able to see my farm here in a little bit. The farm is actually rolling, buds. You know what? Did I ever check these guys? I don't know that I checked these guys for loot. I think I was out here. I must have killed these guys, right? Yeah. That's just the key for this thing, and it's wrecked, so whatever. But yeah, that's cool. If you haven't been here before, mostly I do like farming, ranching, mechanics. He's by trade, he's a mechanic, but really his main focus apocalyptic in this apocalyptic Knox County environment, he does focus quite heavily on animal husbandry. Oops, I'm screwing this up here. Animal husbandry and ranching specifically. My guy Barry prides himself a we'll call him a rancher extraordinaire at this point. I had a former character I used to play with, but I decided to switch up over to Barry, and he was basically taught by his uncle Johnsonson McTarnahan, who was the original expert rancher. I would call Mr. McTarnahan the expert rancher. Barry's more like his understudy, who is now a rancher extraordinaire. He was sort of the wonder boy who Mr. McTarnahan identified him, and he said, "Now Barry, I think you're going to be a fantastic rancher. You just need to learn how to keep your temper in check and just calm down and live that farming lifestyle in the apocalypse. You know what? Let's go down this way. Sorry for this going so slow, but with the current update and settings, this is about the fastest way I found to tow, unless I take the wheels off. So yeah, it used to be much faster. We're gonna just kind of look around at some stuff we haven't seen. Maybe there's an ambulance. Oops, what do I hit? Shit. I hit now. I did. Now I'm a very good driver. If you haven't heard, I am a very good driver. Now I don't know what I'm going to do today, guys. I did want to have a beer right around noon. Tell you what, guys, we're about break time. Oh, ooh, there's a lot of zombies there. I do want to take a little break here. Let's see what we're doing here. Where am I headed? God, we're gonna go right through Doe Valley, aren't we? Well, I don't know. You know what? Barry's an adventuring man. He's pretty strong. He ain't really afraid to go through any part of town, except maybe something like Louisville or even like a Brandenburg would be pretty intimidating right now with what I got going on. But we ain't scared of no Doe Valley. I do have an aerosol bomb on me if they really wanna if they really wanna go. If these zombies really want to have a fight, I should have an aerosol bomb in the back of this truck plus a bunch of ammo so we could go. We could go for it. But for now, we're just kind of scoping out the area. I haven't come in on this road yet. And the way this map is set up, it only shows me what I've explored. So I do like to kind of keep this map moving so I can see what's around me. You can see this is Fallas Lake. We're coming towards Doe Valley. Now I've gone through Doe Valley a little bit already, cleared some of the zombies, and found it basically totally looted. We could try. I mean, since we're coming in this way, oh darn it, guys! I'm gonna need a beer and a break before. But hold on now, I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? Where is this? Where in hell is this taking me exactly? Does this go around? Now I forget, dudes. Let's just explore, whatever. Oh, you know what? Here's a little something. Let's here. Let me jump out. Let me shut it off. But I'll keep the lights on because it's getting dark. There could be a bunch of them here, but I want to look at this trailer. I want to try to look in this shed real quick. Anytime I can find some more good melee weapons or some of the higher end stuff. I'm also still looking for like any. I haven't found a single skill book for. Come on. I don't think I have any carving or napping books, which are actually two things I really wanted to do. Go down. But I can't. I can't find the damn books. All right, let's check this first. I don't think I've checked this one yet, have I? Or did I? There's two pigs in here. They're still alive on September 26th. For the record, put it in the Mythbusters record. Dude, I want to have a separate, I want to do a separate playlist that's just Mythbusters. I want to do like Mythbusters videos. Here's a myth. Animals will die within 2 months of a playthrough if left in a trailer. Nope, not necessarily. These guys, I've been here since July 9th, right? It's been almost 3 months. Now, they're probably not very happy. Let's check them. It says it's stressed, adolescent, healthy, well fed, not thirsty. So it's still fine. It's actually basically totally fine. It's just stressed out. And that could have even just been from those zombies, you know? All right, so I can't really see what's in here. Should we? Hmm, dang it. All right, I get it. Oh, come on now. There we go. So now, can I disassemble with a crowbar, or am I going to need? Here, let's just grab. Let's grab a welding torch and a crowbar and see what happens. I want to open this door. It says door, open door. No. Disassemble. No. Let's try. Well, I've got my pen light is on. Do I need the welder mask on? I thought you could. I swear you can weld these doors, can't you, to open them? I swear this should work one way or another here. Disassemble door. Here we go. Yeah. So you can open these doors a few different ways: sledgehammer, welding, or you can just beat it down with a stick. I do not recommend the beating it with a stick method. I strongly prefer this. I think, actually, do you get welding experience for this? He's got 226 Mythbusters. Zomboid Mythbusters. Do you get experience from welding a door in 42.19? He's got 226 right now. Probably not. No, he didn't get any experience for that, but we got in and there's another blue generator, which now I'm trying to think. I probably have two blue ones at home. I don't really need that. I probably don't really need that. Hold on. What did I just grab? Now I'm probably screwing this all up right here. Let's grab like a couple boxes of cereal. Welder mask in there. Welding torch is right here. Very cool. We are very cool. Very good. Tonight we have a beautiful ensemble from a man who needs no introduction. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about right now. That bowl has water in it. Why do these all have water in them? Oh, did I fill? I must have filled those myself at some point. That's crazy. Hey, yo, that's crazy. Why would you do that, man? Y'all are crazy. Let's put down anything that I don't need to be carrying, really. You never know. This is one good lesson here. We're heading home, and one good lesson is never come home so unencumbered that you can't move because you just don't know what's going to be in your driveway when you get home. So, pretty much at all times, try to have. If you are kind of forcing yourself to carry too much stuff, then have a real good plan for dropping things real quick. And I personally just always try to make sure. Now, actually, we're coming up. Shit, which way did I go? Where am I going? All right, let's try this. He's no longer over encumbered. Do I? Oh boy. What do I want to do? I kind of feel like I actually went the wrong way here. I don't think this is taking me to Doe Valley. I think I needed to go back down here. Um, oh, which is funny. I feel like I've done this probably many, many, many times. So I did want to take a break and then crack a beer. Um, I don't really want to have him break right here, though. Should I turn around? Is there another house? Not really that I've been to. Yeah, those pigs could attract attention too. Tell you what, let's just get moving. I'm pretty sure I need to go back the other way anyway. So let's do this. Oh, and there's a zombie right there. See? I was kind of just thinking, like, yeah, these pigs will probably attract some zombies over here, and then the zombies are going to chase the pigs. So I kind of took a wrong turn there, but we were able to release some pigs and explore the map a little more. Now I can see, like, that road goes down and curves back up. This, I think, isn't this the main road into Doe Valley? Should we, at this point, should we go into Doe Valley or should we just go home? I did kind of want to take another look at the army surplus, just so I know. I'm pretty sure it looks totally looted, but there could have been some stuff left in the back. I didn't run all the way into the back and open all the doors and everything. But at the time, there was enough zombies there that I didn't really want to fight through 20 to 30 zombies just to go look in the back when I could very much see that most of the front seemed looted. I mean, so that's Fallas Lake. This would go down toward Rosewood's right there. So if I just take that south, it's going to take me to Rosewood. Now I think there is another road that goes over toward Doe Valley, but this is the main one that sort of goes right between Doe Valley and Fallas Lake, which is sort of my main route. Well, I do take the highway a lot too. You know what we should do? Well, I don't want to go all the way back by Rosewood here, right? Yeah, that's too far. That's too far to try to get. There is a farm right over here that often has cattle, and I can't remember if I've checked it yet, but let's not worry about that. Let's just get back this way. I do like to do a little bit of exploring on these runs too, so We kind of checked out this road by the ice cream shop. Let's head back down this way. And if we happen to see a house that I might be able to pop into, I may just try to kind of crash for the night, take a little break here. We'll see. We'll see. There's probably oh, there's probably two cars right in front of me on the road. Oh, this is a little dirt road that goes back that way. I want to say there might be some kind of like military housing back there. I forget exactly what's back there. Boy, that pen light does not have much distance anymore. The pen light used to have better distance, so you can see that's the pen light in the back. Those are my headlights in the front. Well, should we try to look at this house? I'm pretty sure this is a. Is this a driveway or a road? Actually, this might be a road with some houses off of it. I forget now. Let's check it out. We're a little closer to this road than that road, so let's see what's back here. I'm probably going to run into 100 zombies and not be able to turn around, but is this going to kind of lead me back the same direction again? Yeah, I don't want to turn around right there. Let's just keep it up. I don't always like looking at the B-42 map when I'm playing. I know some of this. I mean, I've been here 1,000 times, but like, it's just sometimes hard to remember. Like, well, what was this? Is this a farm place or is it just a road? And even if I did know, it's good to kind of check them out and see what's going on this time around. So there's a horizon there. I see quite a few zombies down there. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, this just kind of loops around here. Well, I could just turn right back. This would probably be much quicker. Let's just turn it back around here. That gives me a pretty good idea what's going on out here. Sorry, the vehicle's so slow. This is about the top speed I can get without taking the tires off of the Dart. We don't have a real far way to go to get home though, so it won't be so bad. It's fine. Towing is always the thing. On this current update, I used to do this in reverse, where you hook up the hood to the hood, but they broke that in this update on 42.19. You can't even hook up the hood anymore. So here we are doing this. I could have taken the tires off, like I said, but it's fine. That's also kind of dangerous because what ends up happening is the car kind of ends up fishtailing behind you, and you can get going really fast, like basically top speed if you want to, if you do it right with the right vehicles. But it's a little dangerous to get going like even 60 miles an hour like that because it's a little crazy. It'll get the thing is like even if you're going straight, if you have to slow down or hit the brakes or something, it'll the thing can slam into the back of your vehicle. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy, folks. But we have fun over here trying to tow things and test out glitches. One of these days, I'm going to do some videos on like mechanics and towing and stuff like that, like some little breakdowns. This would be a good character and a good run to do that on because he's got a bunch of cars. He's got his skills pretty high, so it's kind of the thinking with some of these is like, well, this would be a good guy to just hang on to the character, and I wouldn't necessarily need to do like runs with him, but like especially I'll say if Barry dies on this run, um, I could very much use this as sort of a like I won't do runs with him anymore after that, but I could still use the build and all this. I could use this whole thing, this server, to sort of do like some maybe just some short little tutorial videos. Like, hey, here's the best way to tow after the update broke it or whatever. You know, little things like that. Or here's the new stuff they added in the new update. Here's the new guns they added. Here's, you know, that's kind of what I'm sort of envisioning long term with this guy, especially if he dies. Until he dies, I'm going to more treat it just like a regular run, just something I'm playing. But that'll make me feel a little bit good about that. In fact, I think that's hopefully you guys approve. Tell me if you guys think that's a good idea for this guy, because I don't really like the idea of like respawning and then continuing the same run always. It's kind of, especially in single player, it's like, well, maybe you should either start him over from the beginning. I do like the idea of getting deep into a run, and I like the idea of having a server and a character I have like all my skills on. You know, because the thing is, like, it's just there's some value to having this guy here with level 8 carpentry, with level 6 cooking. You know, I can now do a lot of things that you can't do. You just can't do them until you get those levels. So I've also got like mechanic skills and to me that feels about right. Like once you've been going 2 3 months, you're in the apocalypse, you should start picking up some pretty good skills. Once you're here 6 months, you should have some pretty good skills. You should probably be, you know, maybe it should take like 6 months to become like a level 10 in a skill, but I don't know. I don't know. It kind of depends. And that's the weird juxtaposition. It's like, well, are you playing multiplayer or single player? Because I'll tell you, on a multiplayer server, this date would probably be more like late November or late December because of the way multiplayer servers work in that they keep running when you're not online. If this was a true like public multiplayer server, this would be a much later date. We'd be into winter right now. But because I run it single player and it shuts down when I'm not playing, that's really the whole thing about, well, we're not, but it's more realistic because we're not now. Oops. Oh, shoot. I shouldn't have popped out there. I hear zombies. But it's more realistic in that we're not just straight up losing time to nothing. You know what I mean? Like, oh, well, Barry wasn't online for these 3 weeks in game, so he just didn't exist, or he sat there and apparently twiddled his thumbs for 3 weeks. Didn't eat any food, didn't drink any water for 3 weeks, but he's still right there. You know, so that's where multiplayer can be a little unrealistic. There can be other things about multiplayer that's more realistic if you want to play with other people. If you want to imagine that you're not the only one that survived, then you should play multiplayer. If you would rather imagine that you're the only person that survived, you can play single player. Ah, shit. Well, I don't want to tow on these dirt roads. Let's tell you what. For now, I'm just gonna do this. We're gonna kill these few that are coming at me. Oh shit. We're fine. I'm getting a little twitchy there. I see a key ring. Ooh, what are these guys wearing? Look at these guys. You guys got some equipment on you of some kind. What is he wearing? Is that a... it might be just a bulletproof vest. Not quite sure here. Military boots. No holes. Soft shin pad. I'm going to grab that. And then this one had... Ooh, a BF pistol. In pretty good condition. We'll grab the BF pistol. That's a good one. And he's also got these gators. So we'll grab the gators. M1911. Shin guard. Let's just grab a gas mask. I do feel like we're going to need gas masks and respirators and all that down the road. I think I came through here before. There is a key. Oh no, that's for the stationary. Okay, so we got some stuff there, a couple gators and shin pads and all that. I don't often use a lot of that stuff, the leg protection, but it's good to have it as an option. Oh shit. Zombie up here somewhere. I can't quite see him. If I can hear him. All right, you know what? Tell you what, I think this is what we're going to do. I am getting a little bit of stutter here, and we haven't run in a while. It's not a bad idea to restart these. Sometimes the online ones will restart it every like 4 hours. I don't want to do it more than like once per stream. Where is this zombie? There you are. But since I'm not going to be able to get to a house, really, let's just do this. I do apologize, but we're going to just do this once this stream. I'm going to stop. I'm going to restart it. I don't feel comfortable letting him like chill there for 5 minutes. He'll probably get eaten. But here's the thing we'll do. We'll restart it, and this should help it run a little bit better. It should sort of clear up some of the corpses, the zombies, organize them a little bit. We'll get to servers. So this, and just to show you some, if you haven't been here before, so you can go to solo, multiplayer, or host. I'm going to host on this, and I'm just doing, it's basically like a private server that I can set. I could set this all up for multiplayer and invite people and all that and do it online, but for now we're just you can still do this as a single player run, and it's actually great because let me show you this. I can go in and manage these settings, and you can change. Look at all the things I can change in this. This is in the actual ini file, I think, and then this is just sandbox settings. So, but you can change so many different things. There's a lot of stuff. Some of it doesn't apply if you're doing single player, but you can change your speed limit. You can put it all the way up to 150. Apparently, default is 70. I put it at 120 for the speed limit. So anyway, and I assume that's in. That's in miles per hour, right? Yeah, I have mine set to miles per hour. But lots of different things. These are your standard sandbox settings that you can change even in single player or solo. These you can change all kinds of things. No fire, PvP, loot, war, faction, safe house, all kinds of things. So if you want sort of a little more level of customization on some of this stuff, you can go into here, and then you can even run this kind of thing as just an online multiplayer server. You can set the number of players you want to play with you, all that. Anyway, I just run it like this. I set it to 8 gigabytes because it's just me, and typically that's been fine. I could bump this up, and I always think about the problem is once if I bump this up, it robs from my Windows, my actual system PC. So anyway, I will be back in about 5 minutes. I'm gonna crack a beer, and we're gonna do like another hour at least. We're gonna try to get Barry home. Is I always try to have a goal-oriented thing rather than a time-oriented thing if I can. So we're gonna try to get him home quickly. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Let's. Oh, I'm back early. That's fantastic. Okay, we're gonna crack a beer. This portion of Barry's Zomboid Apocalypse, sorry about that, is going to be brought to you by uh, Breckenridge Brewery Vanilla Porter. No, not officially. Not officially. Don't sue me or anything. But if you want to send me a 12 pack of Breckenridge Brewery Vanilla Porter, I will not refuse that delivery. Not my. I'm talking to Breckenridge Brewery if they're watching. Free commercial for you right there. If you want to send me a 12 pack, I'll call that a deal. I'll drop in a shout out for Breckenridge Brewery. Each stream, well, maybe not a 12 pack each stream. How about a 6 pack each stream? Because I don't drink that much, to be honest with you. I just enjoy a good, tasty vanilla porter once in a while. Or another one I highly recommend is an oatmeal stout. I would highly recommend if you like dark beer. Any dark beer fans out there? I sometimes have a hard time finding dark beer fans. There's plenty of beer fans, but and I'm not talking necessarily like Guinness or like kind of some of the standard like Foster's. I mean like a good like crafted porter or a stout or what are some of the other ones I've liked? The porters and stouts are my favorite, but I like, and I hate to call them craft beers. To me, it's like these are like this is a porter. This is just a porter with some vanilla in it or whatever. You know what I mean? Um, or a stout. You can make a stout a lot of different ways using different grains. You can make an oatmeal stout. You can make a milk stout. You can make all kinds of different things. So actually, one of the best beers I ever had was a home brewed oatmeal stout that my buddy Miles made back in Oregon in his basement. But it was delicious. It was really, really good. And if you do it right, you can make really, really good tasting, delicious beers that are like, I like these because they're like filling to me. So I'll drink like one or two and I'm like, all right, that's good. I got a little beer buzz. It kind of filled me up a little bit. And fermented beverages are actually really good for you. There's been times in certain places in human history where they drank more beer than water because the water was tainted and the beer was fermented, so they knew the beer would be good. The water, maybe not, but that's one way you can take some, possibly tainted water and make a fermented drink out of it. Unfortunately, I think typically that just ended up in there also being a lot of drunks around town. So, like everything, there's a trade-off there. There's always some trade-off somewhere. So what are we doing here, guys? We're outside of Doe Valley. Since we're coming in this way, I want to check it out. Let's try to get him to sleep a little. All right, all right. Now that we can see, let's pull into town a little bit here and just see what we're dealing with. I'm thinking, I mean, I do have an aerosol bomb with me if we really need it here, but I'm thinking we can probably get over to the surplus store. I just want to check it out. I think I decided since we're coming right back through and I didn't really get a good chance to get in there and take a look at it. Oh, this is a quarter. Here, oop, let's stop right here. There's one with a duffel right there. Okay, let's just throw that in there. This in here. Let's go take out. Let's see what we're dealing with here first. There's only like 4 coming, so. Oh, there's 2 more back here. drop anything else here? Quick, what is he carrying? Oh, gators. I never dropped all this stuff. We have pistol. Come on. Gas mask. Shin guard. And a soft shin pad. These things could come in handy down the road when I want to do different armor setup. For now, we're gonna stay there. All right, we got some police equipment here and stuff. This guy's got some stuff. Police duffel, don't really need that. Shoot, I don't really need any of this. To be honest with you, I'm just gonna place this duffel. So I like the police duffels. So I'm gonna put it over here on the side of the road. Why not? Maybe I'll need a duffel bag there someday. You don't know. You don't know about that. All right, let's just finish these guys off. Cool. Well, not much on that one. Still would really love to find an Alice belt or a chest rig. Let's just get past these guys. All right. So we're drinking some beer on a Sunday morning, right? It's still morning. Well, no, it's afternoon. That's right. That's why I didn't crack it before noon. I didn't want to be drinking. I didn't want to be drinking beer with y'all on a Sunday morning. But we are drinking beer on a early Sunday afternoon, playing some Zomboid. We're gonna stop by Doe Valley here. It was looted last time I came by. But I didn't check the entire building, so I think we can do this. I think we got plenty of time. Oh yeah, we got plenty of time. We're gonna I do I mean I want to have lunch at some point, but I could have a late lunch. It's fine. We'll have a late lunch. We're doing great here. I haven't decided what I want to do yet. If I ended this stream in like an hour or two and came back later tonight, what would you guys want to see? I was thinking about coming back and doing some multiplayer. Maybe I could end this around lunchtime and we could come back because there is actually a multiplayer server I was just able to get into. Basically, this morning I finally got all the mods downloaded and was able to get into it. And I was like, well, I don't want to. Hold on, where are we? Okay, I think we're still coming into Doe Valley. Yeah, Doe Valley's going to be right up here. So I might have to stop, park these, and just jump out real quick here, but let's see what we're coming up to here. I would feel, I mean, since we're coming back this way, I want to know if there's any loot here that I would need to come back for. If there's not, there's really not a lot of reason to come back to this town. If the gun shop and the auto parts store are totally empty, then there's really not much else in Doe Valley. But we'll see. So there's a gun I broke here earlier. You can see the gun laying in the road. All right, so we're coming up to some of the Zeds. Now there wasn't a ton here, but there was enough that I was like, I don't want to deal with this right now. especially since it looked all looted. But yeah, we were just here a little while ago, so all the bodies are still here. Luckily, it looks like they've dispersed quite a bit. We just want to get right up here a little further. Park this. Yeah, we're going right here. I see a few. Not too bad, though. Not too bad. That's all. That's, well, I probably shouldn't be going this deep in like this. Shit, I didn't grab the aerosol bomb yet. You know what we can do, though? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a loop around, and there should be. This will kind of help draw them out a little bit. Yeah, this might be enough for an aerosol bomb. Oh, yeah, look at all those guys. Here, let's do this. Now, there can sometimes be a lot right back here in the forest, too. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to pull this down the road. We're going to jump out, grab the aerosol bomb. I have patrol revolver ammo on me. So, and I also have a decent melee weapon still. So we're going to park over here, kind of right here. Oh, I meant to shut it off, though. Dang it. Let's shut it off, jump out, grab the aerosol bomb as quick as we can, which should be in here. So we've got an aerosol bomb. We've got a. Let's grab another patrol revolver because I'm pretty sure this one's about to break. So let's real quick. I should have another patrol revolver right here. Beautiful. So we now should have everything we need. Let's start with this Warren patrol revolver. I have an aerosol bomb on me, so I think what we're going to do is lead him out here, shoot him up first, and then we're going to light him up with an aerosol bomb right here and just do this all right now. There's quite a few back there, so that's kind of how Barry rolls. I try to bring bombs with and just come prepared in case I decide to do something a certain way, you know? Try to bring some ammo, some bombs. So we're going to try to get a big group right over here, kind of maybe even center them. Well, where's our center? Our center is going to be kind of like right out here. I'd say like right out here, actually. So let's draw them all this way. Let's pull some from over here, too. If we can. Anybody over here? We might have cleared out this area. Yeah, I think we mostly cleared out this area. But let's fire like right here. I read aiming 4, so I should be getting levels on aiming and reloading now. I also have the reloading 4 book. If I get another level in reloading. It's a good little corner to do it on. We'll just kind of use this whole corner. How are we doing here? How are we doing? Should we light some up soon, or I'm parked maybe a little too close. Really? Let's kind of run around this way again. Make sure we're getting all of these guys grouped up here. thing jamming on me? I think it might be jamming. It's in really bad condition. All right, now we're starting to get to where we might be able to drop this aerosol bomb on a real good groove. Let's make sure these guys are still coming over. Come on. Let's maybe try to do it this way a little bit more, away from the truck. Yeah, let's do it up here. Let's do it up here. We've got a lot more coming from this way, too. Okay, I should still... How much ammo do I have left? Still got some ammo left, so let's load up one more time. Alright, let's load. Oh, I think I broke the patrol revolver, which is what I was trying to do, actually. Shit. Holy shit. Okay, so we're gonna just do this thing. I want to drop this one. I want to equip the other one I've got. Attach to holster. And then what I want, let's load it up. Oops. Still wanted to fire a few more, so let's load it up. Now we've got a brand new patrol revolver. Well, you know what? Here, let's go take a look. Might be able to do this. I think we can do this without any more shots. Let's where's the aerosol bomb? There it is. Let's equip the aerosol bomb. Okay, aerosol bomb equipped. That is a big group. This is a real big group. I wanna do the bomb. Shit. I want to do the bomb away from these buildings. So, why is he holding up so much on this? Let's here, let's do it right here. Beautiful. So there's your bomb. Let's equip this now and try to draw them all back into the fire. Alright, I don't want him to burn down the building, even though I think it's mostly looted. So let's get up here, pull him up this way, and then we'll pull him back down towards, well, shoot. Yeah, I don't want to pull him. I guess we'll have to pull them all out this way, south. Well, that's a fire. That is a real good fire. I mean, this is one of my biggest fires. Yeah, holy cow. That's a good one. I want to try to get just a screenshot or two of that. Holy shit. Now that's a fire, boys. That is a fire. They go up pretty quick once you get a big group of them like that in there. Well, so it turns out there was quite a few over here after all. Am I out? I might be out of ammo. I have more in my truck, but all right. Well, let's try to get through here. There's my guy booking through the flames. Let's go back to the truck and make sure that's clear. Yeah, we're good down here. That should just kind of burn up a little bit. And let's see if we've got. Pretty sure we had 357 ammo in here, didn't we? Let's grab just 2 boxes of that. We there's places we can get more ammo. I don't know that we're gonna need it here, but you can hear the fires kind of lighten up in the background. I don't know if you can hear that. When the fire comes into your audio zone, it has like a little kind of a sound that plays that sounds like it's just lighting up. All right, I don't want you guys to burn down this building, so let's keep you out here. Good Lord, man. Good Lord. Stay away from my truck, too. That one was glitchy. There's a little desync on the firing there. Oh, I don't want him back here. We could bring him back this way a little bit, but I don't want him up near the buildings. Oh, I don't know if I want to go that way. I don't know if I want to go that way. Let's try to run back the other way now. He's pretty tired, so I got to be careful. I'm gonna run around a lot. Good Lord. Good Lord Almighty. Yeah, he's getting real tired. Let me try to run down. Let me try to pull him back this way again. That's good enough. That should get him coming back this way, and then I'm gonna go rest in my truck. Oh, I didn't click resume break. That's what's weird there. Okay, let's go rest him a little bit. He just needs to chill for a minute. He's getting warm and tired and hopeless. Yeah, let's let him have a little smoke here and calm him down. I do hear some fire coming my way. So hopefully he smokes this cigarette quickly. We might be able to just use melee at this point. You gotta be careful with the melee and the fire, though, obviously. All right, he's all good. He's all good now. Yeah, we still got quite a bit of ammo left on us, so we're fine. I think we can sort of. In fact, we could probably kind of burn some of these guys out here. It's like please, Hammer, don't hurt him. You might. Can you just let him burn? You got to shoot him in the head too. Well, maybe I'm putting them out of their misery a little bit. I don't know. Do zombies feel pain? Well, there you go. That's pretty much that. It actually makes pretty quick work of big groups, as you can see. Uh, Now, the reason. Here, let's try to make sure we're getting all of these guys over here. Yeah, where are you guys at? That guy almost looked human there for a second. You right there. I think he's got a nightstick. Come on. Make sure we get them all from over here. Anyone in here still? There could. Oh, I don't know. I might have just seen a couple things, actually. Couple things that might have gotten left behind. We'll go find out. I looked through there a little bit. Oh, you didn't want to die, huh? Well, how about now? Oh, I don't want these guys burning down this building, so. Oh, the other one got in the way. Well, that's the majority of them. J-Mac's going to be back in a little bit. Hey, yeah, that's all good, man. I'm probably, I might have another hour left or so here, and then I might be back on later tonight, though. We'll see what I decide to do. We'll see how long this takes. But yeah, hey, thanks, man. You're honestly probably my most loyal viewer at this point. I do very much appreciate that. Honestly, without JMac, my average view duration would probably be like 3 minutes, if that. Probably more like a minute. Whatever. I don't always like to talk in those terms. It makes it sound very like I'm really not like I don't get any money from this. I don't. It's not any kind of a business for me at this point. So I don't want to be talking in business terms. And it's really just me playing Zomboid and having fun. As I said earlier, though, I would not refuse a 12-pack of Breckenridge Brewery Vanilla Porter. I wouldn't even refuse a 6-pack, to be honest with you. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm just gonna stand up and say it right now. I love the Patrol Revolver. It's just ultra reliable, doesn't really jam. Now, you might have some issues when it's real broken, but see if we can keep some guys burning here. I think that's about it, though, right? I don't think we really have many zombies left here. Was that him going up? Oh shit! Yeah, we need to light up at least one or two of you guys. All right, gotta keep that fire going a little bit while we're going here. Well, that should be fine. They might follow me over here, but it's only two. They'll probably die before they get here. Any chance there's anything left? Anyone left back here? Anyone or any loot? No loot in there. Oh, dang it. That's just a shoulder holster. I thought it was going to be an Alice belt on this dude. Now, someone said the beret is good. It doesn't actually give any protection. Uh-oh. I want to say I've got... Oh, what is this? What is this? Dang it. Hunting vest. Khaki. Who wants that shit? Nobody wants that shit. But see what I mean? Everything's looted in here. You see all the shelves are empty? That's a good place for a fire. All right, anyone else want to come out here? Come on. Come on, we're still partying. Try to kind of fire some shots around the perimeter, make sure we're getting the majority of these guys out of here. Oh, did our fire extinguish? That's fine. That's fine. That aerosol bomb very much did its job. That was one of the biggest zombie fires I've ever lit. Which one of you? Oh, you're still alive. Oh, we're out of the ammo. That's fine. That's about right. That is about the right time to switch to melee. Now I want to kill these guys out here. I might want to go get... I did see some stuff in there. Oh, what's this guy got? Looks like maybe a hockey stick there. Not too big a deal. Yeah, we'll finish these guys off with the bat. Beautiful. All right. Can't get in there. Not much in there. All right, let's go. Should we go get the vehicles? Probably. Well, lovely, folks. Let's check this. Get in it. Some good stuff in there. Any keys laying around? Well, all right. Let's go peek in here first and see what we're dealing with. If it is gutted, now I did see a few things sort of randomly. I'm gonna grab the fingerless gloves. Actually, I'm gonna grab this scuba because I think can't that be used? Pretty sure that can be used. But yeah, look at this. All empty. All empty. I have not looted anything here. It looks like about all they left was the stuff on the mannequins. And even that is like, I don't see an Alice belt or a chest rig. All looted. Jesus, man. This is a big disappointment. There's nothing here. Look at that. Now, there is another room. Is it right here? I even got in here. The whole thing is looted, man. You gotta be kidding me. All they left was what was on the mannequins. Literally. And this is single player. This is not multiplayer, so I'm not talking about other living human players. I'm talking about. And I was hoping there might be. Yeah, damn it, man. None of the high level shit I was hoping to see. And this was empty. Good lord. Good lord. Well, we sure didn't get much out of here. And the auto parts store across the street, also one of my main spots that I love to hit. Empty, looted, nothing in it. Same kind of thing. What do we got here? There's an M9 and a nightstick. Uh, well, it's not in great shape. I think, actually, can't the nightstick be repaired? I think it can be. Well, let's check whatever bodies we have left here. Let's zoom in a little bit and see if we can see some maybe high-level zombies. He's pretty tired. Let me sit him down while I do this. Well, yeah. So that's what we ran into here. Pretty much what I was expecting. There was a couple things on the mannequins. That's literally it. Every other container was just ransacked. Now I could grab a lot of those containers, just grab containers out of there. But I don't have a lot of room for that, so we're not doing that now. But if I wanted a lot of like military, like those big metal containers, I could grab those there. Well, let's just look through here for any loot that's left behind. Uh, police hat. Oh, it's very low insulation. But what is it? I guess it just gives you water resistance. Hmm. So in the summer when it's raining, that's a good hat, I guess. Most of these bodies got all burnt up, so there you go. That's kind of how that goes with the loot, you know. There's a spear with the scissors. Mm, well, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it because we don't have all that much loot here, and whatever. And I do need a spear. Well, there you go. That's how that goes when you light them on fire. You lose a lot of loot when you do that. But it's, it's zombies. Most of them wouldn't have had much loot. Now, the unfortunate thing is there's occasionally some survivor zombies and some really good like, military zombies and shit like that that I could have missed out on here, but it's fine. It is fine. Didn't we kill a bunch down here too, or am I? Well, you know what? I mean, that's pretty much Doe Valley at this point. Yeah, not really much there. All right, yeah, and the auto parts store was just ransacked. So why don't we just go home then? I guess we answered our question. Yeah, it was indeed. It just alluded to shit. Ooh, that's a. Let's take the fighting knife. I like me a fighting knife. There's also it's in real bad condition. I would have taken that large knife too. However, we are not going to do it. We're not going to do it. I like this van, but I want to say this probably had pretty low horsepower, or I would have been more excited about it. Yeah, that's right. 280 isn't. Well, it's pretty bad actually for those cargo vans. Pretty bad. There's a gas. You know, we could go. Why don't we go look and see if there's like box of sparklers or something here? Check some of these bodies. Not really seeing any high-end zombies there. Yeah, I have the map for Rosewood. I love that one. Love Heart. The Magical Woodland, episode 2. I thought you could. I thought you could read the back. Do you have to have it in your inventory? Hmm. Okay. I guess you can't read the back of that one. I don't know. Box of sparklers. Where would you? Where do you keep? Give me all your sparklers. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? No sparklers? This is the worst gas station. That is the worst gas station I've been to in at least like 35 minutes. Okay, here's what we're doing. We're gonna go. We're just gonna run back. I mean, I might as well. Let's just swing back through here, but I don't think there's anything worth grabbing back here, really. Pretty sure I would have checked the back of this truck, but yeah. Right. Okay, well, I'd say let's get out of here with our vehicle and get back home. And then, yeah, and then it's a beautiful Sunday in America. Guys, I could do all kinds of different things from here. Let me know if you're still in the chat and you have any thoughts on something you might want to see me do today. Just let me know. I could actually go lots of different ways. I could play some multiplayer on a brand new server that I've never played on before that I was invited to. I could I could just do some random multiplayer stuff later. I could come back to Barry and do more with Barry. This is my personal favorite run to do just because he's so deep into it now and he's starting to get pretty good at a lot of the crafting stuff. You know what? Let's actually check this truck real quick. I want to make sure I'm not doing heavy damage to this thing or anything. Oh, she's solid. She's solid. Beautiful. If you take good care of them, they'll take good care of you. We got water in here, I imagine. Yeah. So we should be able to get home. Let's eat a chocolate cookie and a pickle. That's Barry's lunch today. It's 2 p.m. He's having a chocolate cookie and a pickle. Now, a pickle, actually, if you get a nice big pickle, man, oh, that's like, I'm actually a pretty, nothing, now, nothing gay, but I'm a pretty big fan of a large pickle. That's all I got to say. I'm going to leave that comment right where it stands. Unknown Barry 2026 loves a, an extra large pickle. And no, that is not what she said. I told you that's not what she said. I heard what she said, and I wasn't it. She was very much more vulgar than my simple, uh, honest, respectful comment. All right, let's get heading home because it's gonna take a while with this. At this speed, we're gonna take a minute to get home. Luckily, we're not too far. We got lots of gas. Oh, there's the pigs we released. I don't want to hit him, and I want to run into him. So let's kill this guy. We should be fine. We should be fine. I'll just take it slow here. It's just like a medical backpack. Patient. All right, around the bend. We'll bend to the left up here. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not even sure what I feel like right now. We'll see. We'll have some lunch. We'll just dwell on it and see what I feel like. It's nice to have one sort of scheduled at least a little bit ahead of time, just to kind of help people know what's going on, know that it's happening, but not really necessary. I found, and maybe we'll just kind of chill, have some lunch, and see if we want to come back later. If I do come back later this evening, uh, to stream, it would most likely be either doing that multiplayer server that I haven't tried yet. That would probably be my first inclination would be to jump in there. Oh, I guess I already went in there, so not worried about that. Um, I did actually. I kind of logged into like 3 or 4 multiplayer servers this morning just to like whatever, either make sure I've still got a character or to kind of get a start on it to get my guy locked in. Yeah, I don't know. Probably the next. That's a nice car there, by the way. But well, we're not going to worry about that right now. Could be one I might pick up later down the road, but actually, I prefer the black ones typically if I'm gonna. I don't know. I guess even in single player, I know it doesn't matter. I do like the look of them probably best, but also in multiplayer, like I've said before, I do think it's a little harder for the other human players to see your car if it's black. Just a little tiny advantage sometimes if you're trying to be, well, not even if you're trying to be sly, just if you don't want people messing with your cars. Not a bad idea to try to find a black one. Doesn't really matter if they really want to see it, they're going to see it. But, you know, just a little bit of security goes a long way, folks. Just one locked window can go a long way, folks. It is true. It is true. Well, that is the end of my beer. It is starting to get a little bit late for a lunch here in my neck of the woods. So let's see what's this guy got. Let's, at a minimum, get Barry home with these 2 vehicles. We'll see what we run into when we get there, but we're real close, though. It's just around here and there. Real close. And now we know Doe Valley is not really, or I mean, yeah, Doe Valley is not really worth going back to. I mean, I can get gas there, and there's some houses that could be looted there. I wouldn't mind going back for some of the houses and farm places, but that's about it. That's about all that's left there. So we are starting to fill out quite a bit of the map just with places we've gone, but also we're getting some of the maps for the east side too. I do want to, before we start traveling east to like Riverside and going back to Rosewood, we have already hit Fallas Lake. So I mean, I guess the next things would be to finish up in Irvington. We can go back there and kind of take out the rest of the town, or at least, go through it on the initial run to clear out the big groups. Um, when we get done with Irvington, we can swing back up through Ekron and Brandenburg, and I want to do all that end first, so that I mean, really, a big part of me playing Build 42 is exploring Build 42 myself. I'm still learning the map. I'm still learning the new stuff. They still keep dropping in. I mean, they're even changing locations and adding things into the map sometimes with on a lot of different updates. Yeah, yeah. So we'll just do this. We're going slow. We could swing by Ovo Farms. Should we swing by Ovo Farms? There's going to be a lot of zombies there. I mean, I don't need chickens or anything, but there's usually a couple good cars there. There's a really nice house there that could have some decent loot and is also just a good. It's funny when you play single player, you treat every house as if it could be yours, at least for a night if you need it to be. In multiplayer, I don't play it quite that much. It's interesting the little all the little idiosyncrasies between am I playing multiplayer or single player? It really does sort of impact what you're doing quite a bit. Actually, can I move? Hmm. Oh, I can't move it to the seat, but I can move it to the glove box. Let's see. We'll just take that bandolier off because we don't need it. That helps me save some weight. Let's eat a little food on the road. Let's eat the choco cakes and then check his weight. So he's 78 and dropping. I love keeping him right around 78. That's actually one of my favorite spots to keep him at. If we can get that arrow turned back around, I kind of want to keep that butter chunkers bar. Um, Wait, where are we going? Oh, I know where I am. So he didn't quite turn it around. Should we eat the lard? Mm, you know what? I think he's gonna be fine. He'll be fine till we get home, and I can eat some food there. There's probably gonna be like 2 dozen eggs. I'll be able to milk all my cattle when I get there. Now I didn't. One thing on this run. Now this is kind of default settings for a apocalypse mode. I am not seeing a lot of cattle, so I do have my four, and I've seen some others, but I'm still looking for a brown bull. I haven't found one. There's a black bull out west by Irvington I could go grab, but I'm hoping my cows are pregnant too. I'm really hoping when we get home, I want to check them. I'm really hoping at least one of them is pregnant because I want to say they've been. I'd have to maybe. I don't know for sure, but I feel like they've all been there like a month or so all together. At some point, they'll go grab it in their bull. But what I this is exactly what I typically do is I'll typically grab the Holstein. I look for a Holstein bull and then one of each breed on the cows, so that and then I hope that the Holstein will get them all pregnant, so that if anything, they're a little mix of a Holstein, a good milking cow, or the milking breed. So anyway, that's how I try to set it up, and that's how I've got it. But so far, they're not getting pregnant. Now, I think a lot of that stuff does roll pretty slow in default, so we'll just see. We'll see if they ever get pregnant. And it was also glitched out on the last update on 42.18. It was actually listing it was listing the bulls as females, and then they weren't able to breed either. You know what? Wasn't there a couple good things in here? I kind of feel like, oops, I kind of feel like I stopped here last time. Yeah, there's some really good stuff in here. Let's just go ahead and grab the twine. These have conditions, so they can be used up. So let's grab one of those. Let's just grab a rag. Some of these and the planks. And what the hell? Let's grab the nuts and bolts. Don't. I've got quite a few leather gloves right now. Other types of gloves I might grab. He's got 2 bricks. Let me just grab the bricks. I've got tons of nails. Let's leave the rest of this in here. Yeah. It looks like a key over here. Might as well stick the key in there, even though this pickup's real beat up. Let's just stick the key in it. Look, it'll actually run. It'll actually run. One thing I did change is on default settings, you run into a lot of vehicles that have no fuel in it. And for me, I kept running into that. And I was like, now, come on, man. Like, when are you ever going to? Now, I suppose they could have been in the apocalypse and they drove it till it ran out of gas. But even still, that should be a pretty rare occurrence, in my opinion. Like, come on. Are you really going to find more than about 10 or 20% of the vehicles that have zero gas in them? That seems odd to me. Like, especially if they're parked. I see like maybe one of these, like, oh, it's out on the road and it ran out of gas, but it's like this vehicle is parked in someone's driveway and it has no gas in it. I suppose you could say, oh, well, someone came and siphoned all the gas out, but I don't know. To me, it should be like most of the vehicles you're going to come across probably have like maybe a half tank of gas or something. You might occasionally find a car with a full tank of gas. You might, I would say it'd be more likely to find one with like a 3/4 of a tank than to find one that's like totally empty. I don't know. Tell me I'm wrong, guys. Tell me I'm wrong, and I may agree. But yeah, let's get him home. He's got oh, this is the farm I was thinking about earlier. What does this one have? Let's just make sure we know what's here. Nothing. Usually there's animals here. Often it's cattle. I don't see any. All right. Well, fine, be that way then. We'll find some cattle. I don't. I think when you're in single player mode, they don't quite drop as many animals out here. For I guess for obvious reasons, but I'm seeing a lot of pigs and chickens and other animals. I am not seeing a lot of cattle. I'm seeing a few cattle, not a lot. Well, let's get him home. Yeah, I don't know, man. I like my Sundays with Barry. I could come back to him. I mean, really, this. Yeah, I mean, I could do some organizing. I don't know. How do you guys feel about that? When often I'll do like the real heavy organizing off stream. Here, hold on. Let me actually hold on. I might want to check this house real quick. I'm not sure that I've been to this house, have I? And it looks in really good shape. I like to try to keep these in real good shape if I can. If they're like right in my neighborhood. Here's a set of keys for. Yeah, I don't think I've been here yet. Let's check this house. There's the keys for this car. This is actually a good little like corner house. And I think this is actually associated with, you know, you would say in like whatever real life or before the apocalypse that this field probably went along with this house, you know. So if there was animals out here, it was for this house. There's no other house anywhere near it. So yeah, this field would be part of this property. See, I don't know. See what I'm trying to say here? So we got a scuba tank. Here's an oxygen tank I'm gonna grab. I don't know how those scuba tanks work. Anyone out anyone out there used the scuba tanks before? I've never used, to be honest, I barely have ever worn a respirator or a gas mask or anything. I've never worn a scuba tank. Here's a key ring with a key on it. Look at that. So both of these cars now have keys. I could, in theory, and this is right in my neighborhood. My house is right there. Well, it's real close. It's my neighborhood. Let's take a real good look at this house. I do like to do a little bit. Oh, there's some glue. Glue is useful. I have plenty of whetstones. Always looking for any food that might not be rotten. Also, a mortar. I could use another mortar and pestle because I like to use them both for. There's a couple well, you can use them in cooking and also making. I feel like I was in this house before a little bit. You can make poultices, and I also need them to make bombs, actually. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Let's just get out of here. I think I did stop in there a little bit earlier. Let's do this. Put some more stuff down. Oh, got some planks on us. See, it's all so random now, and there's just junk everywhere, and I'm trying to keep it organized, but at this point, it's like, whatever, put it wherever it fits, and we're gonna move on. And we'll sort all this stuff out later. I'll probably even, there's my scuba tank. I got an oxygen tank also. If anyone else knows, I assume you need the scuba tank, the oxygen tank. Is that all you need? And then you just wear that? And is that better than, what are the best things for, I don't normally, often I'll just avoid those super, super heavy chunks of dead bodies, you know? What is this thing here? Oh, that was all from some car. Fountain cup. All right. You know what? Hold on. I have not been in this house. That one was in pretty good shape. Let's just check out the house. I think he's in here. Yeah. Oops. Oh, come on. Open. Key to the house. Let's put that in the house. I'm gonna go key residence. Oh, I could have. Well, there's a key on there too. Okay, let's look for a little food. Ooh, basement. Maybe a mortar and pestle. No. Did you have fillet knife, fork? I don't know if the can you actually use like a fork or a spoon? I don't know if that helps you eat faster or better. I never. Apparently, I just always eat with my hands. I don't know. Well, we got some paints. All right, all right. Fair enough. There. All right. Well, we'll leave these closed up. We shouldn't, barring a mass migration or the helicopter event, we shouldn't have to worry too much about these houses getting destroyed now by a huge horde. Knox Gun Club meeting. You know, I should at least maybe read this. Is this the one by Irvington? No. So Knox Gun Club. No. Hold on. Yeah, I didn't know. That's a gun club? I didn't know there was a gun club right here. Interesting. I almost want to mark that. Hold on. Because it doesn't say it here. Let me do, am I seeing that right? Knox. This is the place I'll eventually get to. Knox Gun Club. That's like, it's like Valley Station. Like, this is West Point. Louisville's up here. Or, like, right up here. That would be, hmm, okay. First little note I've done on my map, actually, on this playthrough. Well, let's, there's what, one more house right here? Pretty sure we've been to this one, we just hadn't come down to these. And there's not a ton of zombies here, really hardly any at all, so why don't we just leave those as they are? I could run back and check this field. You know, have I even, I don't even know if I've checked, or where is that? That's down here. Let's try to run down there, because I don't think I've quite run down to that field over there. Um, it can be hard to find cattle in the area. Oh, there's a little group. So we'll lead these guys down this way. We'll pull them. Tell you what, let's even give them a little honk. Now, tell you what, before we go, well, let me turn right. We'll turn. Oops, I almost hit that. We'll turn right here and park. I do like to keep this house safe too, so let's double check this house. Some of these houses are really nice, so I like to protect the windows and shit. Yeah, it'll be fine. It's a good house. Um, Ooh, let me go kill these guys. They're going right towards this house. So let me just go take these guys out. This is one of the last little groups in the area, guys. I mean, there's a ton of them over by Oval Farm still, I think. But in terms of my like real immediate neighborhood, this is kind of the remnants of. This should be sort of the remnants. Well, there's still a few little spots where there's probably little groups hanging out. I think even my next door neighbor's house probably has a few up there. And they do migrate, so they'll keep moving. But I do like to keep this intersection and these houses. I like to keep this clear, keep these houses in good shape. I think I've been in here, haven't I? Pretty sure. To call that good, what I really wanted to do was run down here real quick. Yeah, my house is right up here. What I wanted to check is over here. Uh, Back here, there should be a field. I'm pretty sure there's no animals back there, or at least no cattle. But let's go look anyway. I do hear a, I do hear a wild. Yeah, there's a wild animal, a deer there. We could try a little deer hunting, but all I have is a baseball bat with nails and a patrol revolver on me, and no ammo. So I would have to chase after him with melee. You can actually kill the deer with melee, which is kind of crazy. In fact, I did it once. Someone told me too. They were like, "Yeah, the best way to do it is just chase him down with a baseball bat," which is pretty hilarious to me when I heard that and found that out. I was like, "Are you serious? That's the most effective way to hunt deer in this game is with a baseball bat. You literally just sprint and run them down and hit them with a baseball bat." All right. I tried it with a gun once and it didn't. I swear, man, I had some good shots and none of them hit. Didn't seem to. I don't think I got a shot and landed. So yeah, there's no animals here. I wonder, is there any way? I don't think there's any way to change the settings between like if you just want like not as many pigs but more cattle, or not as many sheep but more cattle, or not as many rabbits but more cattle. There's got to be a way to change that setting because I've seen so many more. I might have to look at that. I don't remember seeing anything that said like cattle, like increased cattle. What percentage of cattle would you like in your game? I don't know. Seems like it's at like 5% right now, when it should be more like 20 or 25%. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really want to go down that way. Let's uh, let's get back to the truck. What is? Why is he wet? I mean, it's a little warm, but oof, he needs to wash some clothes, man. Oh, I still have a key, I think, for one of those cars that we parked right next to over there. Whatever. I have so many keys at this point. By the end of or yeah, but I mean, by the end of a run like this, I end up having a lot of keys. Or even at the midway point in a run like this, I end up having a lot of keys. Well, I think we're pretty good here. We still had a key for White Horizon, right? Was that maybe down this way? Oh, Pucklet says maybe a while ago he said multiplayer later would probably be fun. Oh, yeah, I could play. I guess to answer, I never actually read that. Sorry. I guess I know you're probably not. Maybe Pucklets is still here. Um, the server I would be playing on. I didn't see a White Horizon. Was that down here? I might have done that. Um, so I've got actually 4 or 5 different multiplayer servers I'm kind of playing on and looking at right now. I won't necessarily do like deep runs on all of them, but I do like playing on all of them. So kind of just trying to check them out and see which one I like the best at this point. Was there a White Horizon down here that I forgot to put the key in? I believe there may have been. Wasn't it right there? Dang it. It's going to make me run all the way down here, and it's not going to be a White Horizon, is it? Oh, no, there it is. So, yeah, I've got 4 of them. I want to say 4 of them are PvE. One's more of a private server. There's a PvP server that is like a whitelist PvE kind of style. Um, but then I guess the other 3 are just like sort of just PvE, just kind of basic PvE kind of servers. Good stuff, kind of chill, designed so that new players can kind of join, or even veteran or advanced players can have a good time too. Um, but tell you what, sorry, I sometimes don't read the full chat, and then I look back and I'm like, oh, I missed some stuff. Tell you what, it's getting kind of late. Let me get him back home. And I think it's about lunchtime for me too. So, pretty much saw and did what we wanted to do here. He'll rest on the drive here. I'm going to try to get. Oh, come on now. Right. It feels faster on these small country roads. Well, I don't know. It does to me, maybe because I know we're very close to home. I just need to take a left here. Sorry, I don't know if I. Well, I know I talked about the controller. I don't know if I actually answered your question as if I find it easier. But yes, I highly recommend having a controller as at a minimum as like your third option. I do use keyboard and mouse, um, but I also use controller as my main point. Like when I'm driving or moving around or fighting, I'm pretty much always just on the controller. I do use the mouse, like when you see that's mouse, but um, so yeah, I know a lot of people will see me using controller, and they'll be like, "Oh, you use controller?" And I'm like, "Well, yes, but I'm not only playing on controller, and there's a big difference there. I don't know that you could. I don't actually know that it would be possible to play this game only with a controller. You could try it, but you're going to run into a lot of issues. Um, what I like to do is have my mouse, my keyboard, I have my hotkeys all set up for. It's more just really the only thing I use the keyboard for is the escape button. I use the C. C is crafting for me. V is vehicle, and then B I have set as my building menu. So that's how I set that up, and then I do all my movement on my controller because I just I think it's for me. I think it's 10 times better than sitting there with your hand on the mouse, hand on the keyboard at all times, trying to move around. I know some people are really good at that, and it feels natural to them. But for me, it just doesn't. A, it doesn't feel natural to play that way, and then B, I've gotten used to doing all my movement here, and then whatever I can't get done on a controller, I still have my keyboard and mouse for it. So anyway, tell you what, just to remind me of where we're at, we'll leave those right there because I would normally never leave them right there. But I think I'm gonna just give him some water, give him a bite to eat. It is about my lunchtime here, and I am a little bit of a completionist. I kind of like to leave things as opposed to sticking to a set time or whatever. I'd rather just kind of leave things in a good place. So when I come back, I can pick up right where we left off here. So I might very well come back to Barry later today, but I'm thinking it might make more sense to try to jump into. Let's just eat this. Well, he doesn't need to eat right now, so I might actually try to jump into a multiplayer server here in a little while. Either this afternoon or evening. We'll see how I feel. But that is kind of my plan. So I think we're going to leave you here, guys. I uh, appreciate anyone who's here today, chatted, JMac Paradox. Thank you all, Pucklets. I will be back probably today, maybe tonight. I don't know. I don't know. But um, we would most likely either be just coming right back to Barry, or we would go over to probably the multiplayer one that I just got into because I haven't tried that yet. And Monday night, I wanted to do like a more extensive multiplayer run, um, and kind of try to dial in and figure out what I'm doing and where I'm playing over there on the multiplayer side. So I've kind of got, I guess, like four multiplayer servers that I like right now that I like to play on, and then there's the fifth one that I'd like to try out. It's more of a private, uh, it's like private invite sort of thing, you know what I mean? But so it's not going to be as busy, and it's going to be more like whatever, probably in some ways more strict. But I guess we'll see. We'll see how they roll over there. Um, Sometimes the smaller private servers is very much like, nope, this is exactly how it is, and if you don't like it, you can leave. The bigger multiplayer servers, sometimes you can actually chat with admins, and there's a lot of people talking and voting and all kinds of crazy stuff going on. So it just depends on the server. I'll show you guys. I might try to get back to that later today. Actually, some multiplayer stuff. Sometimes I might try to schedule like an hour ahead. I don't know. We'll see. But I guess look for that later. We'll do some multiplayer stuff. For now, I want to get some lunch and yeah, have a little Sunday. Anyway, much love to Zomboid Nation and all y'alls for being here. Like and subscribe if you enjoyed. Peace in, peace out.